All right, guys, thank you for your patience in regards to this live stream that we're having tonight. I'm excited. Feel like I haven't seen you guys all week, and I haven't. So getting everything in order. When you come in, make sure that you click that like button so you invite other individuals in. Tonight's topic, it's going to be a good one. We were going to do this topic last week, but we didn't get a chance to do it. Shout out to Queen Felicia, who's #1 in the building. We didn't get a chance to do this topic last week, but I want to do it this week. And it's about relocating, whether you're back home in the States or whether you're outside the United States. Relocating. A lot of people have a fear of relocating. There's a reason why. There's a reason why we're hesitant to relocate. There's a reason why we sit back and we watch others that are successful when it comes to relocating, but we just don't do it ourselves. So we're going to discuss that here on Love Crossing Borders. My name is Andre. If you have not been to this channel, who raised you? Who your mama is? Who is your mama? If you have not been to this channel yet, you have not subscribed, click that like button, notification bell. Today I'm rocking the Colombian Cali, Colombia soccer jersey today. I haven't had a chance to wear my soccer jersey in a while, so I figured I'd go ahead and rock that tonight. That's right. The Queen has spoken. Click that like button. All right, my man Larry Perry in the building representing. We're going to give you guys a few minutes to get in. We're not going to do this live stream too long, but you know your boy is long-winded. So make sure you got your drink in hand. I don't care if it's bottled water, soda water. I don't care if it's tap water. I don't care if it's just from the ocean underwater. I don't care what type you got, what you're drinking on tonight. Tonight is Friday, and you know it is drink in hand. Andre, what are you drinking? Pray tell. I'll let you know. Today I am enjoying some Colombian rum, pure Colombian rum. So that's what I'm enjoying today. And of course, you can't have your rum without your cafe Coke, not just regular Coke, cafe. That's what I'm rocking today. This week we had a good week. Andre and I went out to the coffee fields. We went out to the Juan Valdez coffee park. Hey, Tracy, we went out to the Juan Valdez coffee park. A lot of people in the States don't realize that Juan Valdez was an actual coffee farmer. You know, we grew up seeing the commercial with the guy with the donkey, and we're thinking like, okay, that's just for advertisement. No, he was an actual person that actually, you know, had coffee farms here in Colombia. And so we went to visit his farm, and on his farm, they actually have a theme park. So we got a chance to enjoy the theme park. We're going to show you guys the video footage this week. Homie is in the building representing. I appreciate you guys that have come into the live stream. Once again, tonight's topic is on relocating, whether you're inside the country or outside the country. Why is it that so many people know that they need to get their ass up and relocate, and yet they don't? So we're going to talk about that topic here and let me make sure that I'm okay, that I'm not doing too bad in regards to skipping or freezing. I'll put my phone up there so I can actually watch and follow along. Thank you very much, guys, for your patience, by the way. Okay, so we went to the coffee fields this week. And while we're in the coffee fields and everything was going great, it was a beautiful week, beautiful location. If you've ever been to the coffee region of Colombia, just when you see the videos that we're going to post where the mountains and just the scenery is some of the most beautiful scenery that you've ever seen. But then we got some bad news on the last day. One of my closest YouTube friends, my man just passed on, Yusef Watif. And Yusef Watif, he moved to Brazil about 5 years ago, and he was doing YouTube channels. He had a YouTube channel. He had lived in Japan for about 5 years as well, and he was helping Americans relocate. And so, yeah, rest in peace, dude. I just spoken to right before we left for the trip, and. Well, not right before we left for the trip, right before he went into the hospital. And all of a sudden, you know, Al had put forth the video in the WhatsApp groups letting us all know that Yusef, it looks like I'm freezing quite a bit too. So I'm going to change this stream piece bit more, but what I'm trying to do is making sure that I get a good Wi-Fi connection. I've actually ordered the piece that I need to be able to have my own separate Wi-Fi, so I don't have to go through this mess anymore. I thank you guys for your patience of the last couple of months when it comes to the Wi-Fi. So let me know how that looks after a while. I'm looking as well. That's why I'm looking down. I'm looking at the same thing you guys are looking at. So I got my rum. Let me take a sip. Here's to my man Yusef. I love that brother. Prayers out for his family and his loved ones. He was a great man. He showed me so much about how to do things behind the scenes for other people that were looking to relocate outside of the United States, and how to be there for them. He opened up doors of understanding what was going on in Brazil that I didn't even know about. He was the one that called me to focus a lot more on health while you are living outside the United States. I always focused on health, but he was a very healthy dude. That's another thing that kind of threw everybody for a loop, because they knew that Yusuf was an extremely healthy man. And for him to pass on from COVID after being in about a month in the hospital, really sad. Kind of really shook Black YouTubers, because it made you realize that, Felicia, it made you realize that life is short, and that you never know when your time is coming, and nobody knows, because like I said, I was just speaking to Yusef. I was just talking to him. We were just talking about different things that I could do in regards to health and so forth. And next thing you know, he passed on. He passed, and I won't even lie to you, I'm playing cool, but I'm still trying to get over it, because I can't believe that he's gone. I really cannot believe that my friend is gone. I could see if it was just somebody that I knew in passing, but it was somebody that was really, really close to. In the YouTube world, I only have about 4 or 5 people that I'm close to. We got Ace Live, we got Tailor Made Dream. I'm talking about guys I talk to on a regular basis all day long. Yusef was one. We got Dave with Travel Explorer Click, with Tech TV, in other words, that I talk to all the time. These and Richie Rich of Roller Tape, Fresh from Flyboy Way. These guys, Drizzy from Drees TV. These guys are guys I talk to all the time, and so to lose one is very, very heartbreaking. So, but we're gonna keep things going. And continue to show love in the YouTube atmosphere by keeping it positive, the exact same way that he kept it positive. Helped out so many people. This dude helped out a lot of people when it came to fulfilling their dream of moving to Brazil. He really helped out men and women. So let me not really harp too much on it, but I just wanted to give the shout out and give my boy his flowers, because he was good people. Let's get those likes up, people. Let's get those. Did I push the like button? Oh, yeah, I pushed the like button. All right, guys. All right, we're about to get started on this topic, because of during the pandemic, a lot of us were at home and we had the time out. Let me take a sip. Here's to you guys as well. I love you. I really do. Oh, that's smooth. That tastes like rum now. Don't get it twisted. That's rum, but it's smooth. Because of the pandemic, a lot of us, when we were trapped in the house last year, got a chance to do some reflecting. And we got a chance to realize that we got one life to live, and that it could be shut down by a government, or it could be shut down by health, or it could be shut down by any reason whatsoever. And so we start to realize that, you know what? It's time for me to live the life that I deserve to live. You might think to yourself, I don't have the money, because a lot of times people think I don't have the money, so therefore I can't bring my dreams to life, which is not true. Some people may think I may not have the time to bring my dreams to life, which is not true. Some people think that that they just don't have the support of family or friends to be able to accomplish what they want to accomplish, which is not true. Or I'm too old, which is not true. All these are relocation excuses that we're going to be talking about today here on Love Crossing Borders. You can't use the excuse of, well, I'm too old. I did it at 50 years old. You can't say, well, I don't have enough money. I stacked my money for 3 years. A penny here, a penny there. I decided not to buy the new pair of. I remember I was looking at the LeBron James when they first came out. I was like, they're $300. Andre, put them back. You got bigger plans than LeBron James tennis shoes. So a lot of times we sit back and we spend money on things that maybe we could have used it to fulfill a dream that we had and that we knew that we had. Whether it be writing that great American novel, whatever it is, whether you want to visit somewhere, it's time right now for us to fulfill the destiny of whatever was on our mind when we were locked up in a house during COVID. It's time. Some of y'all, it's time for y'all to stop BSing around and at least try. All right, Passport Stamp, I appreciate you, brother. It's time for us to, I know, right? LeBron James is rich enough. I kid you not, I had those shoes in my hand. It was like $300. I was like, I got $300 in my pocket. And I was like, Andre, don't do it. Don't do it, because you plan on changing your life. And these shoes are not going to change your life. So I put them back and I was like walking away in slow motion. I'm walking away in slow motion like, bye-bye, LeBron James shoes. I'll see you again someday. But actually, I don't miss them. I didn't miss them. The life that I've been able to acquire with that $300 that I saved, as well as more money, I can easily say that it was those type of decisions that opened up the door of finances. Sometimes we make the mistake of, and I'm not trying to harp on this, but sometimes God puts stuff on our heart to accomplish for a reason. And it's scary stuff. God is not going to always put the fun stuff on your mind. Girl, go ahead and marry him. He a good man. That's easy. Dog, you need to have her in your life. She a good woman. That's easy. Sometimes God gonna ask you some stuff that you're gonna have to roll up your sleeves and pull up your boots, and you're gonna be scared. One of the things that Andrea said to me one day, and she said it a couple times when we first got together, she said, you know something, I've got a lot of respect for you. And I was like, what are you talking about? You love me? She was like, no, I love you. She said, but I respect you too. I said, what do you mean? She said, it takes a lot for a person to decide to go after their dreams and actually do it. Most people live their dreams, but they just take them to the grave with them. One thing I can say about Yusef, that brother died and he lived his dream. He actually created businesses in another country. He helped other people out in another country. He relocated from another country after he had relocated to one country, Japan, for 5 years. He had worked in the insurance business for years. And he spent his whole life helping people. So when he passed on, he had lived his life. He could not say that he passed on in the United States and never lived the life that God had put on his heart to live. He could actually say that when he passed on, he was in the middle of his blessing. A lot of us can't say that. A lot of us will pass on and we're not in the middle of the blessing that we're supposed to be living. So let's get started with the list. First things first, when it comes to excuses and how to overcome excuses, let's give some more shout outs. Hillary says, them LeBrons ain't going nowhere. That is absolutely correct. He'll come out with 100 more pair. Yes, he will. And I won't have none of them. Because when you live in many countries, it's kind of funny. When you live outside the United States, you start to realize that stuff that is presented in the States is only for the States. Like when you leave the United States, you realize not every country wearing Jordans. Like Colombia is Adidas country. It is Adidas, like Run DMC Adidas. So if you walk around with Jordans on or LeBrons in Colombia, it's like, all right, but if you rocking you see the Adidas stripes, you see how Adidas is right here. Adidas is the sponsor of Colombian football team. So that's why Adidas is so strong in South America. But when you in America, you think everybody in the world buying LeBrons and everybody in the world buying Jordans. That's not true. That's far from the truth. These three stripes have more power outside the country than inside the country. Of course, you know, Adidas is number 2 to Nike, but outside in the rest of the world, Adidas is doing its thing. Puma is strong here. What else? Shoes that like what's the shoe that got the rooster on the side that we had when we were a kid, like Cox Sportif, something like that. Strong in South America. You like, man, I didn't see that since I was a little kid. Strong brands. Yeah, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And I was just reading an article that I didn't know that 31% of Nike sales are Jordans. 31. No wonder they don't want to get it. That they told Michael, you better go make your own shoe. We better keep these shoes. Because 31% of all Nike sales are Jordan shoes. That's crazy. That's crazy. No wonder Jordan's a billionaire with his own brand. But let's get started. The first thing on the list when it comes to relocation excuses that we give ourselves. Let's go back to the comments. I see dudes wearing I can't even pronounce that. So it's something like I would know because okay, let's see if I get this one. Balancas sneakers. They cost $1,000 in the hood too. Now, mind you, I have not been in the States for 4 years. I was just telling somebody the other day, I didn't even know Beyonce came out with an album. What was it, last year, 2 years ago? When you live outside the United States, you hear a lot of music from the States, but you don't pay attention to it. There's so many different types of music that you start to learn in other countries that to sit back and worry about what's going on in the States. I guess I pronounced that incorrectly, huh, Miles? Balancy Street. I don't know what the sneakers are called, but at the end of the day, a lot of stuff that's maybe the mainstream in the States. I can't tell you who's straight no more, who gay no more. I can't tell you who's a male anymore, who's a female anymore, what's the hottest television show. A lot of stuff I come across, like I'm at night and I'm doing some research on the channel. Research for some for the other channel, and I'll come across like Put a Ring on it on, and I'm like, they got a show called Put a Ring on It. You know, little stuff that you just don't know because you don't pay attention to what's going on in the United States because there's so much to learn. Realize there's over 245 developed countries in the world. United States is one. You just don't have time to concentrate on one. I have to remember to call family. Like, oh, let me call my family. I do have a family back home in the States. Hello, sister. How you doing today? Because my mom and grandma, they've already passed on. Bless their souls. They've already passed on. So I got to purposely remember. Let me call my sister. Hey, Candy, what you doing? And so I got to chop it up with my sister just to make sure that my connect friends and colleagues back in the States, because you will forget. Okay, let's see. Blonde C Agas. Blonde C Agas. I hope I pronounced it right. If I pronounce, I've never seen them, never heard of them. And if you spend $1,000 on them, when you use that $1,000 on a trip somewhere, you crazy. Because I don't care what pair of shoes they are, the soles will wear off. We all know that. No matter what shoes they are, they could be the most expensive shoes. If you plan on wearing them, the soles will wear off. They will wear down. So yeah. Thanks, guys, for introducing me to something that I didn't know about. I kid you not. If they walk around with, even if somebody walked past me with them on, I wouldn't know. They'd be like, man, do you know what these is? These the blunt you see, these see gas. And I'm like, little brother, I wouldn't know what the hell you got on your feet. Oh yeah. By the way, cologne of the day is 1 million by, I forget, Panche Paco. Don't let me pronounce the last name. But this is a classic that came out over the last 5 years. It is a great, great cologne that you want to have in your collection, in your arsenal. Remember what I said, guys that travel. You stink. Yeah, I said it. I hear it enough from Colombian women. I've heard enough from DR women, women in Mexico. You dudes stink. You don't put no deodorant on. You put deodorant on, but you don't realize that deodorant is not the only thing. And some of y'all don't realize that you from eating that. Some of you men don't realize that the chemical makeup of the American food that you eat, not everybody used to that smell that comes from the pheromones that come from your stinking body. To you, you just smell like a regular old American until you get your little happy tail out of America. And somebody smell your American scent from the American food that you eat. And they looking like, why he smelling like that, girl? Ugh, why he smelling all like that? He smell like he American. Same thing about you European brothers. They say the same thing about y'all. They talk about y'all even worse. Like, do they wear deodorant? Do they even take a shower? At least we know Americans take a shower. We don't even know what they take in Europe. They just take mud baths. So when it comes to traveling, if you want to stay up, I promise you, this is what I do know. Guys, and ladies can attest to this. You can have all the muscles and all the money. But if you stink, women gonna remind you, girl, he got money, but he stink. You need to use some of that money and get some cologne. Get you some cologne. Bring you at least 2 colognes. 2 colognes on every trip that you go on. I promise you, you would thank me for that. Marshawn, my boy in the building. Marshawn, no, keep it clean. Just use soap and nothing. Why, Marshawn? Why are you you? Why are you you? But yeah, definitely, guys. Definitely. I promise you, if you go to another country, you will get more attention from women in another country just from your scent, your cologne, faster than anything else. You ain't got to be the tallest dude. You ain't got to be Mr. Muscle Bound. You ain't got to be walking around with LeBron's on and Jordans. You ain't got to walk around with a gold chain because you're crazy if you're in South America with a gold chain around your neck anyway. But if you smell good, oh man, that's half the battle of not knowing Spanish. You don't even have to be able to salsa real good. If you could just do a 2-step and you smelling good, she liking you. If you can sit back and you can do broken Spanish like I do, and it ain't no good. But if you smell good, you in the car. You in the car. But if you don't smell good, they're gonna talk about you so bad in Spanish, so bad. Omar, what kind of cologne do you wear? Okay, somebody said, what kind of cologne? Okay, I lived in Europe for 6 years. All right, brother. It's a whole different level of. Thank you. Let's pause right there. I was watching a YouTube, two YouTubers. These guys like got 2 million subscribers, real good dudes that live in Canada. And the dude was doing one of the things that they do on their channel is online dating. So they'll do a video of them dating a girl from, just a video chat date, in other words. And so the one girl was from France. Beautiful sister. Woo, beautiful. Down to earth, great personality. You know how some people just got that personality that's just so bubbly and just so nice. Kind of like Felicia, right? And Tracy. And so at the end of the day, he was like, in France, I've heard that they don't take a shower except for like once or twice a week. And she was like, that's not true. And actually looked it up and found out that in France, they do not wash their tail every day. That is not the end thing. You know how we wash our tail after the gym? Not in France. They gonna walk around with the funk like Parliament. Burn, 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 like the OJs. Money, 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 money. Burn, burn. Yeah, they gonna bring the funk. Okay, let's finish. Okay, you said you were living in Europe, and trust me. When they talk about the gringo stick, they are talking about the Europeans and the European descendants. Yes, they are. Because white boys shout out to my white brothers, but y'all be backpacking Y'all be smelling like the inside of the backpack. I'm just saying. The women be like, he cute, but what is that smell? Y'all be smelling like a hostel is hostile. For real. Y'all white brothers, get together. You know, we already talk about y'all in the States, talk about y'all smell like bologna and wet dog. You don't want that no more. You want to break that. You want to be the white brother that sit back and say, I refuse to smell like bologna and wet dog. You will not talk about me and my people like that, right? Show some white love. Show some white love by washing your white ass, okay? That's what you need to do. I'm just putting it out there because I don't care if you're European, you got money. I don't care if you're Canadian. I don't care if you're from North America. I don't care where you're from. If you stinking and you're a white boy, they gonna tell you that, oh, see, that's why, they gonna tell you about yourself, brother. And so, yeah, white brothers, wash your nasty. You in that hostel, stop smelling like hostel. Smelling like somebody turned your backpack inside out. You're nasty. I'm telling your mama. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell your mamas. Okay, don't forget to hit the like button for real in the building. Most gorgeous woman. That I don't get it in Europe. Dude, let's not put Africa. Let's not forget to put some of the sisters in Africa under the bus. I done ran across some dimes. Because you know, in Florida, you run across everybody. I done ran across some dimes from the motherland. Right? From the motherland. You like, girl, you really go be funky like that. I used to have to do, I was kicking on one. I had to keep secret and all the little danky stuff for ladies to smell good in my house. Don't get it twisted. She was that fine. Don't get it twisted. I wasn't gonna put her to the side because she was funky. I just knew every time she came over, there was a shower involved. There's some deodorant and some favorite perfumes and all that stuff was involved. Don't get it twisted. I wasn't gonna kick her to the curb because she wasn't smelling good. I'm a man. I'm gonna go ahead and say, baby, I'm gonna just help you out. Go and take your little cute ass in that shower and scrub. I'm looking. Keep the door open. Keep that bathroom door open. I want to see you wash it. Okay, there you go. Now they got some secret over there. It's a perfume, one of them perfumes. There you go, girl. Need something else? Okay, there we go. Lotion them legs. Get lotion. All right, there we go. You need baby oil, coconut oil. I got all that. Yeah. Some of the motherland sisters, I love them. Not all of them. I'm not saying all of them, but yeah. We can't just talk about the Europeans. It's some motherland sisters that's yeah. Don't tell that story, please. yeah. Ooh. Oh, I go tell the whole story, Marshawn. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. They do smell. Yeah, true story. Yeah. You know, Americans, if you're funky in America, it's almost like you know you're doing really bad. Like, even some homeless people at least try to keep themselves up, but man, did I close my? Oh, we go. Okay, cool. All right, we just gabbing. Here's the story. You know what? I'm Perfume Chronicle. I stopped the story right there. Okay, number one reason or excuse that we give ourselves when it comes to relocating is, for many of us, it's over. For many of us, we don't realize that when it comes to relocating, the time for where you are right now is over. You live in Denver, and times have been tight for you for the last 7 years in Denver. It's time for you to get your tail out of Denver. It's been time. God been putting it on your heart for the longest. Get your tail out of Denver. You in St. Louis, you got in a car accident. You know God told you to leave St. Louis 3 years ago, right? You wouldn't have been in that car accident if you wasn't in St. Louis, right? If you did what God said 3 years ago, right? You do know that, right? sometimes we got to realize it's over. And I'm gonna tell you what I mean by it's over. First mean is over. It's over for living by your family. Some of y'all been living by your family your whole life. That's all you know. My people, we close knit. I got you. I feel you. But God wants to spread your people out just like he spread your people out in the 60s and the 50s when everybody moved from the south, moved up or up north and got all those northern jobs like in Detroit, Chicago, New York. Remember that migration? When our families move from the south, it's that time again. It's time for us to get. Sometimes it's like it maybe 20 family members and maybe 3 of y'all, 4 of y'all. God is telling spread the last name across the country. Spread the last name across the country. Stop letting your last name be only in your own little city, in your own little town. You should have been gone. You frustrated about the money you ain't making? That's your fault. You should have been gone. God offered you 4 jobs in 4 different cities, and you still got your tail sitting up there gossiping with your cousins and nieces and brothers, and y'all sitting up there drinking Tito's, getting towed down, and you ain't getting no blessings when you get sober again. You should have been gone. You using relocation excuses. For some of y'all, it's time for you to start packing some boxes. Some of y'all need to be going to Walmart tomorrow morning, packing some boxes, because you know God already put it on your heart to get your tail out that city and go. You've been getting so many job offers, or you've been noticing jobs that have been hiring in your career field in another city, and just because your cousins ain't over there who is your best friend, or because your mama ain't over there who's your best friend, your mother and or father raised you, or step parent or foster parent, whatever it may be, raised you to be greater than they are. That's how most parents do. You have your kids, you raise them to do better than what you did. You don't want your kids to do what you did, live like you live, have what you have. If your parents still in the hood and they doing good, cool, but that ain't what they want for you. They don't want you to mock or follow what they do. They want you to improve up on the foundation in which they laid. Give you a perfect example. Martin Luther King Sr., oh, don't get it twisted. He was a great pastor, well-known pastor, did great, amazing things in his community. Y'all need to do your homework on Martin Luther King Sr. Yeah, now I ain't talking about Junior yet. Senior did great things. I talked about this the other day. Aretha Franklin's dad in Detroit. This man came up with the big church in Detroit. When Reverend Ike was still doing his thing in LA and California, Aretha Franklin's dad was doing a big church in Detroit. Like I said the other day, the Clark sisters, their mom, she was the one that created the choirs that we know and separated the choirs that we know today. We take it for granted, first tenor, second tenor, soprano. We take all that for granted. But she was the one that separated everybody. She came up with that concept. At the end of the day, these people I'm talking about laid a great foundation. If you were just down with Martin Luther King Sr., you can sit back and look at Sr. and say he did great things until Junior came along. And it was meant for Junior to do greater things than Dad. Aretha Franklin's dad was great until Aretha came along. And Aretha's job was to take what he did to the next level. The Clark sisters' mom, did great with choirs, opened up doors until the day she died. But it was the Clark sisters' job to take what mom was doing to the next level. Some of y'all, it's your job to take what your parents did, whether it was they still in the hood, or whether they're still in the projects, or whether they're still on the farm, or whether they actually own farms and they did great in business, whatever it is. Your tail got to go. You got to go. Some of y'all think just because you got out your mama house that you are exactly what God wants you to be. Just because you got out the house at 17, 18, don't mean you got out to what God wants you to be. You just went to the other side of the city. God said, I'm sorry, boo. I want you to go to the other side of the country. Relocation excuses. The next relocation excuse that is over is over. And I'm saying it's over for some of y'all. Y'all need to let it go. First one was let go of the excuse of I'm by my family. That's just an excuse. We all need family, but sometimes God wants you to sit back and build and establish new family as well, new friends as well, new communities as well. Second thing when it comes to being over is you got to learn to live without your family. It's over. Let it go. My grandmother told me this, and I remember now, most of you know my past, right? I told you the story of incarceration, wildlife. Then I grew up, matured, so forth and so forth. And I moved to Fort Wayne, Indiana, right? And right outside of Indianapolis, about 45 minutes outside of Nap. And shout out to Indianapolis. And I remember nobody called to check on me. Family members weren't checking on me. I'm like, these my people. Why they ain't calling on me? And I remember I talked to my grandmother. And I think the live stream is starting to freeze a little bit. Let me know if it's freezing too bad, guys. And I was like, okay. If why is not everybody calling me? What's going on? And my grandmother told me, she said, baby, you better off being away from them because they ain't grew up. All 8 of my kids still act like they all 8 of my kids. So be what God got planned for you to be, because the best thing that you can have going on in your life is being away from all this craziness that's going on here in Detroit. She was 100% correct. If I was still in Detroit, there would be none of this. If I stayed in Detroit, which I love Detroit, the 313, none of this, none of the life that I'm living or the life that I'm going to live would have ever taken place if I would have used relocation excuse number 1 and 2, which is I'm by my family or I can't get away from my family. Some of y'all been using that excuse of family for too dang long. I'm 50. I'm 53 now, but I did it at 50. Actually about 49, 48. So the reason why I say that and give my age so often. I know some of y'all gonna run to your age and try to say, well, I'm 55 now. I'm settled in. This is who I am, Andre. I ain't trying to hear that. You can't tell me nothing about being older and doing what God got planned. If God could tell them people to do something at 99, 91, telling Abraham at 91, 80 something, oh, y'all gonna have a baby. What? In your 80s? If God could tell them people in their 80s, he's telling Joshua and Jacob, all them dudes, you about to go to win the battle of Jericho. And they in their 70s and 80s, they 85 years old, and God telling them to go to battle after Moses died. You telling me if them dudes can do it, I can't do it? Whatever. I ain't trying to hear none of your excuses. You can't tell me nothing. Nothing. You ain't nothing but a bunch of old people in the Bible God used. You can't tell how, even when David was old, on his deathbed, he still got used by bringing Solomon into the fold. It's always a way for you to be used to go to the next level of your life until the day you passed on. You ain't got no excuse. So all the excuses like, well, I'm too old. Well, I've been riding my that's your fault. I'm only talking to the people that know better and ready to do better. I ain't talking to all y'all that claim to be you settled in. You got to work that out with the Lord yourself. When you get to heaven, you tell him what you just told me. See, some of y'all, it's easy for y'all to say stuff to humans. Go and tell the Lord that mess you just told me. Go and say that mess in prayer. You can't even say that lie in prayer. Lord, the reason why I'm still here is because I want to be around my family. Lord, like I've been told you leave them people. Some of y'all ain't had a raise on your job in 7 years because you shouldn't have had that job for 7 years. You should have been on the other side of the country in the last 7 years, getting raises and promotions. Some of y'all been working for the same factory for 20 years because the money was good, but God was telling you, I would have given you a business. You took a job. I'm going to repeat that. Some of us, God wanted to give us a business, and we decided to take a job for 25 years. And we think that little house that you built and the little people that you put through college and all that, you thought you was doing something. God was like, you could have went ahead and put your kids through college and had enough money to build scholarships for other kids. I'm trying to put you in a position to build a scholarship fund. And you think you did something by putting your own little child through college when I was trying to put you in a position to put kids through college, not a kid through college. You guys see on the channel how much money we give away. You guys have sat back and watched, who have watched us for at least 2.5 years, just give nonstop. I was not giving like this when I was making $80,000 a year. Wasn't thinking like that until I finally walked in what God was saying and I relocated. And I realized that I could make money for me and money for others. Let's go into the comment section. See what you guys have to say. Now, mind you, I'm not putting down anybody, because God put on your heart to be there for family. A lot of family members are getting older. You take care of your loved ones, your older loved ones. I got you. Some of y'all kids need y'all, because some of y'all kids ain't right. And they need mom and dad to be in town. I got you on that. Some of us got responsibilities. Some of us have health issues, and our doctor is in our town or our city. So you talking about relocating, Andre? I need my doctor for my kidney. I got you on that. Understand? So don't think that I'm saying this to everybody. Yes, sir. U.S. in general, it's over. Yeah. I'm in Chicago, one of the best cities on earth. It's yeah, it is. I remember when I lived in the Chi. I loved living in the Chi. Woo! Chicago style beer, pizza, going to the Wrigley Field, going to see football games. Did I say Wrigley? I would say the right baseball field, Wrigley. Just so much history. I like what I missed about Chicago. Chicago, you could see somebody in concert on a Wednesday. Like you'd be like, Erykah Badu in town. I'm about to go see Prince on a Thursday night. Stuff like that. I do miss that part about Chicago. You go to the House of Blues and see some of everybody during the week, right? But there's a time where you have to decide to gamble to move on. I tell you what I mean by that. Before I met Andrea, and I had decided to start traveling the world, and I moved on. I was dating somebody, and we dated for a couple of years. It was serious, and God put on my heart, like, you're gonna have to talk to her, and I kid you not, this is a true story. You're gonna have to talk to her and let her know where you stand. Do not lead her heart on. Do not make her feel like there's an opportunity in the future to get married and all this stuff. You need to tell this woman the truth and tell her now. That was the hardest part of relocating and start traveling. When I had to sit down and talk to her about my truths and where God was leading me. The tears flowed. I felt so bad. Cried. Oh my God, it was bad. Whew. That was a rough moment. But she respected my honesty. I answered any question that she had. She knew it wasn't another woman. I hadn't even met Andre yet. Andre wasn't even on the radar. It wasn't about a bunch of women around the world. It wasn't about anything like that. It was time for me to live it was overtime. It was time for me to live the truth that God had put on my heart to live and stop lying to myself. I knew that if I married this person, I would have been happy, but I wouldn't have been fulfilled. I knew that if I married this person, I could have stood in front of God as a happy person, but I couldn't have stood in front of God as a obedient person. I could have been happy, but when I stood in front of God, I could not have told him the truth and said I was obedient. And a lot of times we know that we doing stuff right now in our life that makes us happy, are you really being obedient? You've been called to Chicago, you've been called to California, you've been called to New York, or you've been called to Charlotte, North Carolina. You've been called to those locations 3-4 years ago, and you started 2 or 3 relationships. God is looking at you like, what are you doing? I'm lonely, Lord. I need somebody. I got your blessing in North Carolina. Your blessing is waiting there. I got a house waiting for you there. I got your nice career that's going to build up into a business. I got your man. I got your future kids, your dog, your cat. Everything is waiting for you in Charlotte. Why do you keep going into relationships in Chicago? I've been telling you to get out of Chicago for the last 3 years. And you wonder why the relationships in Chicago ain't working. St. Louis ain't working. California ain't working. You wonder why Tennessee ain't working. You've been living in Tennessee and ain't none of the relationships ain't been no good for you. And you've been wondering why they ain't working. Because they wasn't supposed to work, boo. None of the relationships that you've been in supposed to work. None of them. And you're looking at Kevin Samuels like, I don't like him, he gay. Kevin Samuels is telling y'all the same thing. You are not supposed to be in that position. So why are you putting yourself constantly in a position with people where God is telling you, go over there. Your blessing is right over there. And you know it. You know it deep in your heart that you're supposed to been gone. You're supposed to been gone. Ain't no way in heck you supposed to been there 3 years later. Why are you still doing that 3 years later? Come on, let's be real. We grown now. We grown. You know, when you young, you lie to each other a lot. But now when you hit this age, 40s and 50s and late 30s, the lies are gone. Ain't no use of us lying to each other. We can be honest now. We could sip a drink and be honest. Ain't nobody got to lie. We too old for lies. We let the young people do that. All right, let me hit these comment section. New times for Exodus. Yes. Yes. Think about it. David family was success. King David's family was successful sheep herders. They weren't broke. It was Samuel the prophet. He didn't go to a broke house. It was 7 boys up in that house. They had money. If you got 7 boys in the house, you got sheep, you making money. During the time period, you got wool, you got meat, you got everything you need. You making money. So his dad wasn't, King David's dad wasn't broke. He didn't come from a poor family. But God was telling him, your people got money. Yeah, that's right, God. You got a job right now. Yeah, I'm the sheep herder in the back. I take care of things. Okay. I want you to go to Saul's castle and I'm gonna introduce you to his son Jonathan. Y'all gonna become best friends, and he gonna train you into how to become a king in the future. I know it's gonna be some rough patches going along. I know Saul gonna try to kill you a couple times, but at the end of the day, you're gonna be king. King David could have stayed in that little patch with them sheep, kept his mouth closed, and made money for his daddy and for his brothers. He could have easily did it, kept his mouth shut. Some of y'all do it just like that. You've been sitting up there feeding sheep for the longest. When God, like, I'm trying to make you royal, and you sit up here feeding sheep. The money good. See, King David wasn't broke. When they was young, he wasn't broke. The money was good. He wasn't sitting around like, man, I can't stand being a sheep herder. He out there writing songs, killing lions and bears. Every time he kill a bear, he like, I'm writing a song about killing bears in the name of the Lord. He wasn't sitting back saying, you know what, man, I wish we had a few dollars. Remember the part when his brothers went off to war? King David, when King David got there to kill Goliath, he was bringing food to his brothers who were part of the war for King Saul. They wasn't a broke family. He bringing food to his brothers. We're talking about 6 other brothers, grown men. You bringing food to. So we ain't talk about no broke family. In other words, King David come from a situation he could have easily sat back and was like, you know what? I'm making money, everything good. I can't complain. I'm Gucci. He was happy, but was he being obedient? When it comes to relocating, some of us are happy in the situation that we're in. And we know deep down inside, we are some disobedient people. And some of y'all been disobedient for about 30 years. And I know what it's like to be disobedient because I was. Because all the money was good. Remember I said I was making 85,000 a year? That's easy to make a person be disobedient, right? You make $85,000 a year and you single and your car paid off and you live in Florida with all them beautiful Florida women. I wish I could live that life. It was a happy life, but it wasn't obedient. It was nowhere near obedient. And I knew it wasn't. I'm making good money. And God looking at me like, you really gonna just stay there, huh? You really just gonna stay in Florida, huh? You ain't gonna listen to nothing I'm saying, huh? God talking to me like Juvenile, so you gonna do what you wanna do, huh? You just gonna act a fool, huh? You just think you in the crew, huh? Okay, huh? I ain't gonna send my angels, huh? I ain't got an angle, huh? Okay. You see what I'm saying? God talking to me like he Juvenile. He just on my back like, come on, Dre, you know better than that. You know better. It's about 12 of us. We all leaving. I got you. Leave. Yes, leave. Go after at least go after it. This is what I told myself when it came to moving to Colombia and anywhere. I kid you not. What's the worst outside of health? What's the worst that could happen? I got to go back to the United States and get a job. I got a great resume. So the worst that could happen to Andre is it doesn't work out in Colombia. It doesn't work out with Andrea. And I have to go back to the United States and get a job. Exactly what I got right now. If what I got right now, as far as a job, is the worst that could happen to me in the United States, I might as well go ahead and relocate. Why? Because the worst that could happen to me, other than health, was go back to the States and get a job. And you know me, all I was do is use the money to get back out to the United States anyway. Sometimes you need to face your fears by finding out outside of health what's the worst that could happen. The worst that you have to go back home and reschedule, revamp, revitalize the plan, and then try it again. I'm going to give y'all a statistic that most people don't know about when it comes to business. And this applies to relocating. We all know the 80-20 rule. 80% of all businesses fail within the first 5 years. We all know this, right? Of that 80% that fail, did you know that only 20% ever try to start another business? That's it, 20%. But here's the kicker. Of that 20% that decided I'm going to try it one more time, 80% succeed. 80% of the 20% of the people that try it again succeed. But most people of the 80% that fail, 60% never go back, never try again. So they never get a chance to be a part of that 80% success. A lot of us, we don't want to relocate because we know we might fail. And you don't want that embarrassment or disappointment or the struggle that it takes to build yourself back up after a failure. So you get comfortable and lull yourself to sleep with the job that you're making. And you're making good money. I'm not taking that away from you. You're putting the kids through school. You're putting a roof over your head. You're happy in your relationship. Good sex every other night. I ain't mad at you. But is that really what God wanted for you? Let's be real. Is that really what God wanted for you at the end of the day? For some of y'all, no. For me, it wasn't. And like I said, I was in a great relationship. Ooh, great. We were so compatible. Everything. We were like the Wonder Twins on the Super Friends. Activate. That close. So it wasn't I'm in a bad relationship and I need to move out of the country. I'm not making any money. And so I need to move out the United States. No, I was making good money. The great state while it's snowing up north. I'm at the beach on Christmas. right? I'm down in Miami. I'm in Orlando. I'm in St. Pete Beach, right? The coldest I'm getting is I may hit Atlanta, and I'm gonna leave there in a couple of days because it's just too cold for a brother. With a beautiful woman, right? Beautiful personality, everything that a brother would want, right? Same thing the devil offered Jesus, right? The whole kingdom. That's what I had. I had the whole kingdom. All I had to do was be complacent. All I had to do was just, Andre, I'm gonna give you the devil's like, I give you the whole kingdom, dude. All you got to do is just be complacent. Don't complain. Just don't do nothing. I ain't gonna tempt you. I ain't gonna bother you. You just don't go for it. All I need you to do, don't go for what God wants you to do. I just want you to just lull yourself to sleep, Andre. And that's what I did. And that's what a lot of us are doing. When it comes to relocating, we lull ourselves to sleep. We come with excuse after excuse after excuse. You should have been had your tail gone. There is no excuse why you still got your ass in that city. There is no excuse. Bad relationship after bad relationship. Bad job after bad job. You're arguing with your family, you're gossiping about your family. The whole gambit. Or you got a great relationship, like me. Great money in a great state. Everything is perfect. Shangri-La. And God's looking at you like, did I tell you get out of that state? Some of y'all just don't want to get out of that state of mind, that situation. But then it's easy to look at YouTube and be looking at the rest of us like, oh my, you're so blessed. You were lucky. No, I wasn't lucky. I'm just like the rest of y'all. I'm just a regular everyday dude. Y'all see how I talk? Like a regular Detroit dude, like a regular Chicago dude, regular Midwest dude. Go to Detroit basketball, my Pistons, the whole thing. Regular Florida dude. Nothing was special about me except for the fact that I was like, you know what? I got one life. One. I keep trying to tell people, stop treating your life like you got another one in a Jordan shoebox in the closet. I'm gonna go ahead and play with this life. I'm gonna go ahead and kick it in this life. I'm gonna go ahead and I like what Tony Robbins says. He said most people dabble in life, like you put salt on top of a meal. You dabble in life. You don't live your life. You just dabble. You don't really go after life. You just kind of like dabble in life. As long as my bills are paid, I'm good. As long as my dog's fed, I'm good. As long as the kids are eating, they got clothes on their back, I'm good. You dabble in life. You don't live your life. You're not a human being. You're just a human. Some of y'all are just humans. You human. Human being is an adjective. It means it's a noun. It's describing what you're doing. I mean, not a noun, but a verb. It's describing what you're doing. It's an adjective. You're a human. I'm a human being. ING. I am running, walking, doing, being, thinking, achieving. ING. Some of y'all ain't got no INGs at the end of your life. You just got dates. Born in 1967, died in 2029. You just got dates. You don't have no INGs. You didn't go swimming, bowling, walking, learning, networking, building, creating, failing, restructuring. You ain't got no INGs in your name. Nothing about your life says ING. You're just a human. You're not a human being. You're just a human. Well, I raised my kids. I'm a great mom. Tell it to God. See, it's easy to be sassy with a human being. I'm a human being. So it's easy to talk crazy to me. Go ahead and say that in prayer. I dare you. I dare you. Half the stuff that you tell me, tell it to God in prayer. I dare you say that. And just wait for the laughter. Because God do laugh. You wouldn't if God laugh, go ahead and say some of the crazy stuff you say in prayer that you say to me. And you say to your family. And you say to your some of the excuses that you give. Why you don't go after what God sent up there, got soldiers, military, angels ready. He's got business. God has cleared the path of a job. Somebody got promoted out of a position, and that position is open. And God's like, Boy, she gonna go to that city and about to give her that job, and then she gonna take that job and build it into a side career. And he gave somebody a promotion so you can come fill that job. And where you at? Still in Chicago. Why the hell you still in Chicago when God opening up doors for that person to get a promotion so you can come right in and get that job? He didn't have to fire nobody. This person got promoted. And the question is, where the hell are you? It's like watching a Tyler Perry stage. Some of y'all live your life like a Tyler Perry stage play, and y'all supposed to go on stage and everybody looking like, where the hell are you? You're supposed to be on stage. Come on, y'all. We got this. We got this. Okay. Okay, here we go. Number 3 excuse of it's over. First one we said was it's over living by your family. By your family. Number 2 is it's over living with your family. I'm about to bust your head. I'm about to take a sip with this one. You ready? For some of y'all, it's over living as a family. Remember I said I had to end that relationship? It's easy to listen to Andre's story. Oh, he ended the relationship. It was tears everywhere. Guess what? Guess who got married and is happy? And I'm happy for the person who I broke up with. Just got married this past Monday. We ended up becoming good friends afterwards, like really good friends. Found the love of her life 2 years ago. I've been cheering it on. Why? Because I'm happy with my wife. So I can cheer other people. I ain't no hater. If we dated, I ain't one of them dudes to be like, I'm gonna get back with you. I don't do get back. So that's what makes it so easy for Andre to kind of like break up with somebody and move on, because I don't go back ever. If it's over, it's over. Like it's over. I don't get back sex, none of that. And so it's amazing to be happy for people that you're like, if I would have stayed in the way, I'm going to say this again. If I had stayed in her way, she would have met him who was meant to be her husband. Some of y'all relationships is over. Oh, yeah. While y'all watching me, the person that's in the bathroom brushing their teeth, you've been over with him for 2 years, girl. What you talking about? How often y'all have sex? Every 3 weeks? Every 2 weeks? Y'all more friends than lovers? You more roommates and buddies? Co-bill payers? Co-financiers? You look good on a photo, but not good in the bedroom? It's over. But my ass, it's over. It's been over. You know, nobody breaks up on the day that they break up. Can we be real? Can we be real? Marshawn, at least me ain't gonna admit this. Nobody breaks up on the day that you broke up. Y'all ass been broke up for like 6 months. The day you broke up was the day that you admit that you broke up for 6 months. That's all. The day that you sit back and say, well, you know what? It's over. It's not working. Let's just give ourselves a break. It was over 6 months ago. Y'all just verbally saying it now. That's all that is. For all of us, everyone, nobody breaks up on the day that you break up. Nobody broke. Get the hell out of here. It ain't a relationship in the history of relationships that broke up on the day. You ready? I got one. The relationship with Jesus and Judas did not break up on the day he was crucified and Judas turned on him. That relationship had already broke up way back when, because if you read in the scriptures, there was a time when Judas was like, hey, these people donating all this money to you, blah, 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 blah. We can do this, that, and this with the money. And Jesus was like, no, we're going to do something else with the money, dog. We ain't going to do that. Judas looking like, what? But Jesus, we're going to do something little. We're gonna do something. No, it wasn't money. It was the perfume. Judas say, hey, we can sell this perfume put the money in our purse and be balling, Jesus, because this is expensive perfume. I'm telling you. And Jesus was like, no, we're gonna save that perfume for my burial. We ain't gonna spend the money on that perfume. This Jesus and Judas. A lot of people don't remember that story with Jesus and Judas. Yeah, Jesus and Judas had that conversation about what they're gonna do with the perfume. And Judas said, hey, we can sell this. And Jesus like, no, we're gonna save that perfume for my funeral, for my burial. We ain't gonna spend it. Because Judas had a good reason. He said, we could actually sell this perfume, take the money, and give it to the poor. It was a good reason, right? Good reason. Take the money, give it to the poor. Jesus, no, we ain't gonna do that. No, we ain't gonna do that. Because at that time period, the disciples didn't understand that he was about to be crucified in a couple months and blah, blah, blah. Also, the relationship broke up when he sat back and he went to the Pharisees and he went and got the 30 pieces of silver. And then in turn, he'd get the 30 pieces of silver afterwards. He already planned and plotted with the Pharisees and the guards and everything to come after Jesus in the garden prior to. That relationship was already over, dude. Jesus and Judas, that relationship was over. It was, if you want the truth, it was only 11 disciples for months. Nobody say nothing. Jesus knew it was only 11 disciples, but technically you seeing 12 disciples. But Jesus already knew I only got 11 real disciples because this dude, he done already turned on me. Some of us are in relationships. It's been over. It's been a boo. He cheating on you because it's been over. It's been over. Why? You tolerating his cheating because it's been over. It's been over. Just like in my situation, I was not meant to be that person's husband, but her husband was waiting on her. So I was man enough to realize through all her tears to get out of God's way and get out of her way. And who did she meet when I got out the way? The man who was supposed to be there for her. But what if I wouldn't have gone after my goals and stayed with her? She wouldn't have met her hood because I wouldn't have been the husband. So she met the husband. Some of y'all in the damn way. You are in the way of who that person's supposed to be with. But his sex good, and she sucked my toes, and you're supposed to be relocated. You're supposed to be relocated and married, happy, somebody else sucking your toes and everything else. You're supposed to be rubbing somebody else's back who loves you, that put the big ring on your finger and everything. And you still boyfriend or girlfriend going on year 9. How the hell you a girlfriend or his woman for 9 years? You talking about getting a milk for free? I wouldn't marry you either. Hell, 9 years? You ain't gonna get a. If I marry you, it's just gonna be because it's like, she the mother of my children. I'm gonna handle it. You doing it like out of, you got your shoulders hunched. I'm let me go ahead and do. We've been together this long. Let me go ahead and, will you marry me? I'm sipping a cup of coffee. I'm not about to get on one knee for your ass. We've been together 9 years. You ain't knee worthy. Some of y'all after 9 years, you ain't knee worthy. If you expect me to get on one knee, if you expect a man to get on one knee after you set up there was crazy enough to be with me for 9 years, you don't deserve a knee, boo. The chick that told me after 2 years, you're gonna do a knee or what? I get on the knee for. But a 9-year chick, we ain't doing no damn knee. You don't deserve no knee. But I did. I was with you for 9 years. That's why you don't get the knee. Because you was crazy enough to be with me for 9 years. We don't look at it the way that y'all look at it, like, she was with me for 9 years. She deserves the knee. Men don't think like that. We be like, look, a dumbass out here. She stayed with me for 9 years, so she don't get the knee. And that's why y'all always wonder, like, I'm going to bust their head, Marshawn. You ready? That's why y'all always wonder, like, why is it I was with him for 9 years? I put up with all his mess. He been with that heifer for 9 weeks, and they about to get married. And she pregnant. And they got a dog. And he just put a down payment on a dang house. We ain't got no respect for the 9 years, boo. 5 years, nope. 6, nope. Ask any dude. Ask your male friends, your male. We ain't got no respect for that. Don't sit back and think just because y'all hang around for 9 years that we gonna give y'all the knee. You don't get the knee, babe. Boo. After 2 years, if you ain't got the knee, you ain't gonna get the knee. You gonna get like, I'm late for work. Oh, by the way, will you marry me? Okay, I'll see you when I get off work. Okay, you say yeah. Okay, cool. That's what you get. That's what you've earned. Why? After having his kids and feeding him, and he had COVID, and I was the one that prayed him through COVID, and we don't give a damn. Men don't give a damn about men. I ain't talking about you ladies. Men, we don't give a damn. The longer you around, the less respect we have. I know, boo. It don't sound right. It sounds crazy, right? And a lot of dudes in the comment section go lie. No, he ain't telling the truth. Bruh, let's barbershop talk. We in the barbershop, so you ain't got to lie to me. You know, if you had any respect for her, why did year 8 come? If you had respect for her. Okay. Why did year 7 come and you ain't married her if you had respect for her? Okay, what about year 5? Oh, you ain't married her after year 5? Five damn years. You couldn't decide to marry somebody after 5 years? That's half a decade. Because he ain't had no respect for you, boo. The one that you about to lay down with after this broadcast, he ain't got no respect for you. He love you. Yes, he love you, but he love you. He does love you. I'm not saying that. Love and respect are 2 different things. You don't get the knee. And you're going to sit up there after the broadcast and be like, do I get the knee? Yeah, baby, you get the knee. He's saying you get the knee because he don't feel like arguing, and he's sleepy, he's tired, and you talking crazy at 1 o'clock in the morning. So he like, yeah, baby, you get the knee. You ain't going to get no damn knee. None. You get a conversation on marriage. Hey, babe, it's halftime on a basketball game. Will you marry me? All right, cool. Yeah, dog, she said she'll marry me before halftime is over. That's what you get. That's what your ass get. You do not get the knee. The female that sat back and said, I will leave your ass after 2 years if you don't give me the knee, she get the knee. She get it. Because we men know, oh, she's serious. She walking out the door after 2 years if she don't get the knee. But you miss 9 years? I'll be damned if I give you a knee. Dudes, am I lying? Fellas, come on, let's be real. Ain't none of these women in this comment section are women. So we can be honest. We all older, so we ain't got to lie no more. We don't get a knee after 8, 9, 5 years. We don't, hell no. 5 years, the knee? What the hell am I to give you the knee for? The one knee in public? 5 years, you might get the knee in private. But 5 years? Well, I got friends that did the knee. You know what? But ain't you. You ain't get the knee. Well, my sister got the knee. Anomalies. Stop using anomalies. Like 50,000 women, then there's 1 or 2 that get the knee. No, after 5 years. No, most times we ain't give you after the knee. We'll ask you to marry. Hey, babe, what you doing right now? Nothing. You want to get married? Sure. Okay. All right. I'm gonna hook that up. That's what you get. That's what you deserve. Why? Because you should have been relocated. And the person who was your blessing, who would have gave you the knee after 2 years, was right in that other city, and you told God he don't know what he's talking about. Some of y'all do not relocate because you're too busy telling God he does not know what the hell he's talking about. I know you can create universes and all that stuff. Yes, you can walk on water. Yes, you can make planets. But when it comes to your situation, God don't know what he's talking about. Yes, you can make humans. Yes, you can make butterflies fly. Yes, you can make light in the sky. But when it comes to my situation, God, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And that's why you in the situation you in right now. And I'm not talking like I'm better than a situation. We don't have challenges in our family. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is go after it because life is short and you never know. You never know. Whatever it is that's been in your heart all this time might be the truth. And even though you're successful in your city, it might have been a lie success. What I mean by that, I remember a story. I think I told this story before I go into the comment section. This pastor, right? Pastor, He was one of the famous faith pastors too. Before it was Kenneth Copeland, he was the one that trained Kenneth Copeland. John Higgy or John. Oh man, it's a shame because I read some of his brother's books, but he was the pastor that trained the Creflos, and he was like one of the original faith pastors, like one of the original in the 50s, 40s, right? And he told a story. He said he remembered when he was pastor of a church. He said in the church, like in a year, grew to 2,000 members. He said we were having our annual anniversary. You know, had the church anniversary, pastors anniversary. He said, and me and my wife walked down the aisle, and it was a celebration. He said we're looking like in 2 years, 2,000 people would just celebrate. We're just having a good time, and we're like so proud. He said, I'm praying while I'm up there sitting in the pastor's chair. He said, I'm like, God, look at all these amazing things we've been able to do in the community and feed people and help people. And God was like, he said, I'd never forget. God was like, that's good. That's great. So when are you going to do what I told you to do? Some of us, to ourselves and to the world, we look successful like a mother. We look successful. You own it. You got it. Ain't no lease. You got a good person, blah, 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 the whole gambit. On the outside, it looks gravy. And God is telling you, that does look good. So when you going to do what I called you to do? When you going to relocate like I told you to relocate? Yeah. Just because your life's so good, you got your little degrees, sister or brother, just because you built your business up from scratch, it looks great. Some of y'all built businesses because God wants you to sell it to be able to have the finances to be able to relocate. Some of y'all are truck drivers. You own your own truck. And I'm proud of you. Do your thing, bro. God's giving you that truck, not so you can be a baller in your area, so you can raise enough money to relocate. Sometimes your money is being blessed so you can relocate to your real blessing. You think that 120,000 that you make in a year is it. First of all, only 10% of the country even makes that amount of money. So let me push it back. You think that the $70,000 you make in a year is it, right? You got the baby beans, you doing it, right? You got the dudes or the ladies, you got the kids fed, you think you it. God is telling you that was only to be capital so you can move to Washington so I can help you build your business because it would be more profitable in Washington. You think that a business that you started in Tennessee that's doing good, God is like, that's good. This money in Tennessee was supposed to just be for capital so you could take this brand and all that you learned about business to Washington and blow it up. And now you're making $350,000 a year instead of that measly ass $75,000 that you're making every year. But you're too busy with your relocation excuses. Like I said, some of y'all relocation is to get away from your family. Some of y'all relocation excuses is no longer be dealing with the mess of your family. And some of y'all relocation excuses is that you need to no longer pretend like you are family. Some of y'all married pretending like y'all family. Y'all ain't no damn family. Who you talking to? If you think that we neighbors and your friends don't know that he out there cheating or that you out there cheating, we know. We know. My boy was out there cheating, and the ladies his wife didn't even know, and the ladies in the beauty salon was telling her. She like, what? Girl, your man out here fucking, girl. What? I don't know what you thinking. What? Not my man. Yes, your man out here slinging it, girl. He's slinging it like a frisbee. He's slinging it. She don't know nothing. The beauty salon is telling her. Relocation. Sometimes when it's over, it's over. It's over. Stop pretending, stop playing. Let's go to the comment sections. Hear what you guys have to say. Or work on the Clark Sisters album in 2009. Didn't even know the history. Oh yeah, man. The mother. That's the history. If you get a chance to look at the history of all what the Clark Sisters, I forget the mother's name. And being from Detroit, I really should know. The Clark Sisters' mom did so much for Black choirs. All of the works, the national Black choir workshops, the Clark Sisters' mama. Clark Sisters' mama and James Flynn. Yep, yeah, all the little workshops where you see choirs and all that in Tennessee, Detroit, and all that. Clark Sisters' mom. Y'all better do your homework on Clark Sisters' mama, not the Clark Sisters. We know the Clark Sisters. A mama, she did amazing things for the Black choir. The Black choir would not be the Black choir that we have today over the last maybe 50 years if it was not her. At all. At all. Not at all. So that's why it wasn't a coincidence that all of the sisters blew up the way that they did as a group, because the mom had so much influence and power during the time period when it comes to establishing the Black choir. Marshawn, so true. Some Colombian companies were crazy enough to hire me as a business English teacher. Totally unexpected. I sit back and look at Los. Los is from Tampa like I am. Good job, good dude, has his own business. Wanted to relocate to Colombia because that was on the heart. He got the job, he got hired. He's been doing his job for about a good 6 months and happy as can be and still making his money with his own business. He relocated. He followed God's plan. He was like, what's the worst that could happen? The worst that could happen for him is I still run my own business. The worst that can happen is I get fired from the job that I have in Colombia and I continue to work my own business. That's the worst that can happen to this young man. And so he went for it. Some of you, your worst that can happen is you get as broke as you are right now. If the worst that you can happen, other than physical, is going back to zero and don't have any money, you know how to dig out of zero anyway. If you at the age of 40, 50, you know how to dig out of zero. You ain't the first time digging out of zero. We've all had moments of digging out of zero. All right, let's see what Larry Perry has to say. I have relatives who moved abroad at 60 and had trying to make that move for at least oh, let me read that again. I have a relative who moved abroad at 60. She's been trying to make that move for at least 20 years. As long as you are alive, it's never too late. That's true. And even if you die while realizing that dream, just like Yusuf did, he was living his dream. That's the one thing that all of us in the travel community were saying, that he lived his life and died at 37. He was young, but he was living his life. He was in the middle of at least try. I love a person that at least tries. You ain't got to try everything. I don't want to learn piano. I'm not going to try. I'm not a one of those dudes that put on like the skydiving suit and can fly through the air. I'll skydive, but not the skydiving suit where they flying like flying squirrels. Cliff jumpers. That's it. I'm not a cliff jumper, so I'm not going to try that. But what is on my heart, at least try what God has put on your heart. At least try to see if it's true about the angels. At least try to see if it's true about the scriptures. If it is really true. Can you really walk by faith and not by sight? Let's at least try to see if it works. I'm tired of seeing black people, no offense, white people. Hey, y'all got your own going to y'all church. I'm talking black people. I'm tired of seeing broke black people in church praising like we got money like that. We got decent jobs or no jobs. And we shouting like we worth billions. We shouting like we trust God and we know we don't. God ain't heard one shout that we've been, some churches been shouting for 30 years. God ain't heard one deaf ear, can't hear one shout that you've been putting out there, because he know that you doing all this shouting, but you ain't doing none of this trusting and believing. I praise you, Lord. Do you trust the Lord? Huh? What? What? Huh? I said, do you trust me? What? What you mean by that? I praise you, you God, you Lord, you the Lord. But I don't trust you now. God know you don't trust him. Hey, God, stupid. Y'all want to sit up there and get dressed, get the kids ready, get everybody in the house ready, brush your teeth, drive all the way across town to a church where that may have maybe 20 members or 20,000 members, shout, give your money away and all that. And as soon as God say, I'll need you to trust me, you looking at him like, huh? What, huh? What you want me to do? I want you to trust me. What, when, what? I want to give you a job in another city. What? I never lived in another. You mean take the kids and the family and do like people in the Bible do? Move kids and families and goats and sheep and cattle. At least you ain't got no goats and sheep and cattle to move. God just said, take you and them kids and move to the other side of the country. I got the hookup. And you can't even do that. But you got the audacity to take your no trust and tail to church on Sunday morning with your big ass hat, church mothers, and praise the Lord like you actually trust him. Stop it. Stop it. You're supposed to be in church, yes. Praising the Lord, yes. With your big hat, yes. And your blue dress, yes. In the church on the other side of the city, not this church. In the church on the other side of the country, not this church. In the church in the other side of the world, not this church. Yes, the blue hat. Yes, the blue outfit. Yes, the gossip. Whatever you do in church. Yes, you're supposed to do it. You just in the wrong church. You ain't in the place where God got you where you're supposed to be. You all on the other side. What are you doing? I'm praising the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Really? Really? Black people are the most praisingest, broke people in the world. At least David, when he praised, he had money. Abraham had money. Jesus wasn't even broke, had money. Everybody had money. It wasn't a broke. It was very few broke people God dealt with in the Bible. Everybody had a few dollars. They knew how to praise. But then here come black people in the United States want to praise God and still be broke at the same time. The hell? Man, if y'all get some money and go after what God is telling you, get your money up, go after that goal that God has been put on your heart for the last 20 years. Some of y'all should have been invented that invention that God put on your heart. Should have been did it. That investment should have been did it. You should have been bought that house in another location. God been trying to get you to relocate to buy that house. You wonder why the banks ain't gonna give you a dime in your city, but then God got another city that he want to give you a house and you don't want that house. Okay, good. Okay. Keep on praising with your little big hat and your big church. Go on, keep on praising. But you're broke. You're broke. But I make money. You broke compared to what God trying to give you. You broke. When it comes to relocating, we have to get in the position where it's going to take sacrifice. And that's what the first step is. We just talked about the first step for the last hour and a half. Right? Let me get into the comment section. Like I said, I'm not saying this as a put down. I'm not saying all this as a to look down on somebody else's situation, because you never know what our situation is privately. Like some people may have a disability. Some people may be taking care of somebody in a nursing home. And they're like, Andre, I'll give you a perfect example. My uncle who lives in Florida right now, my younger uncle, he's like 5 years younger than me. He took care of my grandmother in Detroit. This dude was struggling, but he took care of my grandmother in Detroit while he went to school. And so when my grandmother passed, he had his education. And I said, you know what? You can move down here to Florida. Come on down here with me. You got no business being in Detroit now. His life is completely different. You're talking about a whole new life. And I'm not talking about weather-wise. I'm talking about this brother's life has blossomed. It continues to blossom because he realized after I took care of the person that God put on my heart to take care of, now it's time for me to live the life that God has planned for me. And he did it, and he's doing it. And it's people that's back in Detroit that's still amazed that he moved. Like, I can't believe he moved. Yeah, he moved. He's doing his thing. Like I said, he's about 5 years younger than me. He's the uncle where I tell people that my grandparents didn't know how to sit their tail down and stop having kids, and they had one more kids after they had all these grandkids. So definitely. Okay, did you know Big Meech? No, I didn't know. Tell me the story of Big Meech. Seriously, I want to know. It isn't. It isn't. That's why I always throw my age out there. That's why I tell my full testimony. I'm not that YouTuber to be telling dudes, telling you all part of the story. Everything was nice and gravy in my life. I'm not like that. 10 years wiped away by the federal government. All my 20s gone. All of them. I was in there longer than OJ. I was in the feds when OJ got off. You talk about some mad white people. when Tupac was announced that he died, I'm watching thugs cry. I'm in the feds when Biggie died. My first month in the feds, Boys to Men and DJ Quick was number one on the charts. When I came home, I asked my brother who's on the charts. He said, "Oh, Cash Money Millionaires." All of the Sean Puffy years with the shiny suits, I'm in the feds. Damn near all of Mike Tyson years, I'm in the feds. I'm in jail when Mike went to jail. So if God could take the rest of Andre's life and still use it in the late 40s and 50s, I don't want to hear none of y'all excuse. I don't want to hear nobody in their 60s talk about it's just too late, because my neighbors downstairs are 77 years old and they from Texas and they doing it. I hear too many older people that are like, I cannot afford to live in the United States. My pension is not going as far. My Social Security is not going far enough. So what do? They are just going ahead, taking a passport and a Social Security, because they still get their Social Security no matter where you like when I hit 65, if I wanted to, I can still get my Social Security checks in my bank account. That's not a stateside bank account. And that's what they're doing. They're taking their money that's being deposited to that bank account and they're going right across to Mexico, where they can get if not better, medical services, pay far less, and still have access to the United States if they need to come home, see the grandkids, the family, or whatever, and then they come right back to Mexico or South America. And they live in what they would have gotten for $2,000 to live in, not the money wise, but as far as the type of lifestyle that they would have had, a $2,000 lifestyle in the States, they can get that for $300 in Mexico, or get that for $500 in Mexico, or get it for, I know you can get it for like $350 here in Colombia. A $2,000 lifestyle, $2,000 a month lifestyle in Colombia. Yeah. So that's why a lot of older people. So when I hear the excuse of you being older, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear none of that being older. I don't want to hear no excuse about you can't stretch your Social Security. You decided on your own to not follow God's plan when God said it's time for you to get out of there. All your grandkids grown. All of them. All your grandkids over the age of 23. It's time for you to go. You ain't got no excuse. You who don't have any grandkids yet, but your kids are grown and they're going to college, and you scraping by with pennies. Ain't no way. I wish I would go back to the United States scraping by with pennies when I know that them same pennies are worth dollars in another country. And Mexico is right. And you wonder why Mexico is the number one country in the world. I'm going to say this slowly. It's the number one country in the world where Americans go to live if they don't live in the United States. There are over 1.1 billion. I was about to say trillion. I shouldn't say billion, but it's 1.1 million U.S. citizens that live in Mexico right now. I'm not talking about vacation in Mexico. I'm talking about feet up, kick back, got their retirement money coming to their bank account every month, ain't got to deal with the madness of wondering if they got to pay for their medication or pay for food. They ain't got to worry about none of that. They got their feet kicked back. There are cities in Mexico where there are more Americans from the States, from a whole city. And I'm not just about one city, several cities where nothing but Americans. They got American condo towns. They got where it's just Americans live in these locations. So when I hear excuses about you can't relocate, the only excuse is you decided that you didn't want to at least try. I didn't say that you could relocate, but you can at least try if it's put on your heart to do it. Now, if it's on your heart to do it, I got you. But if God been putting on your heart for a long time to do it, and you ain't been doing it, that's on you. You cannot sit back and tell, I'm struggling. I got this wrist problem, and I keep going to the doctor, and they say it's gonna cost $20,000 to get my wrist fixed. I don't know what I'm gonna do, and I'm 62 years. That's your fault. When you could have took your little happy tail down to Mexico where everybody else that's retired and everybody else is getting the same $700, $800 worth of not unemployment, but Social Security that you getting the same amount, and they just kick back. They just kick back like this. They done got their wrist fixed. They throwing frisbees. But God put on your heart a couple years ago. It's time for you to relocate somewhere. Take your retirement money, take your Social Security, and I'm gonna send you over somewhere that's bad. I'm sending you to Panama. I'm gonna send you to Costa Rica. I ain't got no family. That's why I'm sending you there, because you ain't got no family. So you ain't got nobody but me. Some of y'all don't know how to live life when there ain't nobody but God. You scared. I get tired of people talking about I love the Lord and I love Jesus number one. No, what? Really? Really? Let's see. Let's see if Jesus number one. Let's see if Buddha number one. Let's see if Muhammad number one, if the teachings of Muhammad is number one. Y'all talk. I hear all my Muslim brothers talk about Muhammad's teachings are number one. Are they really? Let's see. Let's put them to the test. Let's put the Bible to the test. Let's put God to the test. He said, test me to see if I'll be there for you. God already said, test me, boy. Test me, girl. So you ain't doing nothing God ain't telling you to do. My Jewish brothers and sisters, same God, same Yahshua. But y'all ain't gonna test him. Why? But y'all sit and run to Sunday morning. You go run up in church talking about you praise the Lord and I love Jesus, but you don't trust him. I ain't trying to hear your mouth. And I would sit there in church and just watch people shouting, running up and down the aisle, doing everything. And I'm like, and in the Black community, we the brokest ones. Because we know we don't trust God to go to the places and do the things that we know that God will open up some doors for us. Stop me when I'm lying. Oh, here we go. I'm in LA. I'm in LA, and it's had its run. Right. And that's how it was. It was like when I was in Chicago, it had its time. When I was in Fort Wayne, Indiana, or Indianapolis, it had its time. I'm flying back to catch some Laker games. There you go. That's it. That's Andrea's dream, to see some Laker games too. I'm surprised next year. Okay. Shout out to the Charlotte Queen. Yeah, that's right. 704 Charlotte Queen City. Yeah. I came close to moving to Charlotte. A lot of people don't realize that one of the financial capitals of the United States is Charlotte, North Carolina. It's got more banks than you can bank on. That you can realize that's there. It's a lot of banks in Charlotte, North Carolina. Preach, brother, preach. I'm just trying to lay the foundation of relocation. I'm trying to get us to get over the excuses that we use for relocation, whether it be in the States or outside the States. Because most of the excuses that we're given is just BS. Human being in the process. Amen. That's right. Get your ING going. Get your INGs in your life. Say that. Preach. I'm not. I'm not trying to be preachy, but freezing up. Okay. Hopefully, thanks, Queen. Hopefully, it's getting a little better. You have not because you asked not. Absolutely correct. A lot of people want to ask because if God say, "I'll get that to you," now it's stuck. God, if I relocate, would you really bless me with a house and a business that's better than the house and the business that I have now? Sure, I will. I've been waiting for you to ask for that. And now it's up to you now. And now you're caught. Because God said, yeah, I give it to you. You like, I was expecting you to say, nah, girl, sit your butt down. You got this the best you're gonna ever get in life. But God say, this ain't the best you're gonna ever get in life. Sure, I'll bless you with better than that. And now you stuck like, okay, do I trust God and I relocate, or do I just stay where I am? Y'all funny. Come on, we got this. Come on, people. We better than this. We were think about it. Out of all the people that could have been sent to this planet, we are here. And we are here for a reason. So let's take advantage of it because we only got one opportunity to take advantage of it. Let's hit it. Let's not treat our lives like we got another life sitting there in the Jordan box. So once we get done with playing with this one, I'm be real with my next life. Like you Buddhists, I'm be real with my next life. This one I've been playing, but the next life, I got it. No, you don't have another life. This is it. I'm 30 by the time I'm your age. I want to be set financially. You can be. If I knew what you hear older people say that, if I knew at your age what I know now, that's true. That is true. They ain't lying. Older people ain't lying. It's a saying that I came across called "Youth is wasted on the young." Youth is wasted on the young because younger people don't realize how well they have it. But they do say life starts at 50. And I could say at 50, it's like all the pieces of the puzzle came together. It's like click, 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 click. And now I got it. So I could say that. But yeah, get your finances up, and I promise you, the peace that you have. All right. Too many people in the US, UK, and Europe live in a comfort zone. That's true. The comfort zones, and I don't have my glasses on. Forgive me, guys. Comfort zone, and are scared of improving their lives. Yes, there are so many people that are afraid of success. Once the UK is back open, I'm moving to Medellin. Come on, brother. It's waiting here for you. There's so much opportunity that's waiting here for individuals from different locations to take advantage of here in Colombia. It really is. It's kind of sad that on a global scale, Colombia has that cloud over it of what was happening in the 90s with the cartels and so forth. And so people still think like, the drug lords and those people are around, but they got them in the States. So, but in any country, in UK, they got drug lords, but Colombia has this stigma, this umbrella over it because of it. But when you're here, you start to realize there's so much here. You like, goodness gracious, I didn't know all they were doing all this in Colombia. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunity here. A lot of opportunity. Okay, here we go. Professor Don says, I know damn well if I was getting money from the government, living out the matrix would be or living in the matrix would be after. Yeah, a lot of older people are doing that. They're like, listen, I've got my retirement money, I've got my Social Security, I'm out. They know that they cannot afford to live in the States. It's just too much of a struggle. It's sad, but it's too much of a struggle. Think about it. Obama's mom died because they couldn't afford to make sure that she had the medical care that she needed. We're talking about the future president. Mama died because of medical situations. It's just sad. And so a passport could give you the peace that you would have for the last 20 to 30 years of your life. Let's say the last 10 years of your life was more peaceful living in Mexico than the first 60 years of your life. I will take that 10 all day long. I'm not about to spend the last 10 years of my life struggling, knowing that my $750 I get every month ain't going too far in the States. But that $750 is worth $3,000 in another country. I'm out. I'm out. And I'm getting it every month. And I still get my health benefits and all that stuff. And if I really need to come back to the States and see my specialist, I still can. Oh, hey, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Y'all can have it. I'm out. Dang that. No. I'm not about to sit up here in the States struggling off of $750 of Social Security when I done bust my butt and put money into Social Security and all those other programs for years. And all of a sudden, when it's time for you to retire, they don't take care of you. Okay, I'm about to take this 700. You know how we say in the streets, I'm going to take this 750. I'm going to flip it. I'm about to move to another country, and this 750 is worth, like, your 750 in Colombia. Just the average Colombian, we're talking about all these people that spend money in the malls, buying cars, buying houses, revitalizing their houses, buying paintings and clothes, all the stuff that we do in the States. The average Colombian only makes between $250 to $450 a month. That's working. Do you think that you can do better than them with $750 a month? I think you can. Soon as you walk your 62-year-old, 65, 66, 67-year-old tail into the country, you doing better than most people, and they buying houses with that $450. They filling up the mall. You come to Colombia, the mall, the same thing that you got in your malls in the States, we got here. Ain't nothing different. Same food, same restaurants. You want a Starbucks? We got that. McDonald's got that too. All of us here. Movie theaters, the whole thing. We ain't missing. When I moved here, ain't missing out on nothing that's in the States. These people are buying stuff. I'm seeing 85-inch. Now we're talking about people that only make $450 a month, right? Then why is that 85-inch television just walking down the hall? Somebody just bought it. That 65, that's just somebody just bought that 65-inch. Somebody buying them sound bars. Somebody down here buying golf. Got fishing going on down here, just like in the States. All this on $450 a month. Many of them only $250 a month. And you tell me you can't come down here on $750 a month and do better than what they're doing on $450 a month? Man, I wish I would stay in the States for that. I love my country. I love United States, red, white, and blue for life. But I'm not about to spend the last 10 years of what I got left of this one gift that God gave me called life in the name of struggling. I keep that. Y'all, that one you can keep. Yeah. You could definitely keep that one. No. You go to Costa Rica, you go down to Mexico. Reason why people go to Mexico, because when you go to Mexico, a lot of Mexico, like Mexico City, Cancun, what's it? A Playa, a lot Del Carmen, a lot of those places remind you of the United States as far as how their road is set up, their infrastructure, things like that. So a lot of them remind you of the States too. So you don't miss anything. I went to Walmart in Mexico, like the same Walmart that you went to, and the same items. I didn't miss no states in Mexico. Nothing about the state, because people ask me, what do you miss about the States? Everything that's in the States is in the rest of the world. I don't know why people they program us in the States to think that the rest of the world don't have Doritos, don't have Coca-Cola, don't have McDonald's, don't have, we've been programmed to think that our country is the only country that has all this stuff. Our country, a lot of the stuff comes from, yes, we invent a lot of stuff, yes, but we're not the only one with a lot of stuff. We got Dollar City. Back home is Dollar Tree. I'm talking about the same green building with the same green letterings and the same everything for $1, and it's set up just like Dollar Tree back home. As soon as you walk in the Dollar Tree, you walk in the Dollar City in Colombia. It's literally, it's the same store. The products are the same thing. Everything is the same. You wouldn't miss anything about the United States because everything that's in the States is also outside the States. You won't miss anything. Where would you go? Okay, somebody was asking the question to Felicia, I guess. I felt that. Okay, I'm dipping. Some of these conversations you guys are having with each other. Went to check out Greece. We're actually looking to go to Europe, to Portugal next year. Spend about a good 6 months over there, so you guys will see us. We're going to be in DR for about a month in September. So we're going to go there for a month, and we just kind of like analyzing where we want to like finally plant our final seed. Because Andrea doesn't want to always live in Colombia, so she's like, okay, let's check out Europe. Let's see what we can do over there. 34. Ooh, let me go back to Hillary. Everybody is migrating down south or out west. That's true. I'm planning to move either to Texas or Florida. Love Texas. Hey, Florida, taxes. When you see your first paycheck and there's no state tax on there, you looking like, I love this. A lot of basketball, like LeBron. I was surprised LeBron left Cleveland and went to Florida. You know how much money that man saved in taxes alone? Millions in state taxes that he didn't have to pay because he was playing in Florida. It was a no-brainer. Players that play in Texas, no-brainer. My Raiders, shout out to my Vegas Raiders. In Vegas, no-brainer, no state taxes. Oh, it's gravy. Absolutely correct. Real estate business, do it, girl, because in Florida and in Texas, it is booming. It is booming, especially for real estate. Okay, I'm dipping in the conversation right there. You don't have to wait until you're old. That's true. There are too many ways to make money remotely. I wish at 31 the internet existed in my life. You people that are in your 30s, 20s, you just do not. Cell phones. Remember when I was young, if I wanted to talk to a girl and my mom didn't let me use the phone because she was using the phone, I had to go to the phone booth, put my little dime or quarter in and talk to the girl then. There were times where I'd be in the phone booth for hours talking to a girl as a teenager. Y'all got cell phones. I know a story of a guy, true story. This guy had broken his leg or was in a car accident or something. He had to be in the hospital for recuperations and everything. He had to be in the hospital, I think it was like for 6 weeks or something like that, right? Do you know that 6 weeks with his cell phone, he started a business by doing Amazon deliveries, Amazon drop shipping. By the time he left out of the hospital, he made $100,000. I'm talking about just a regular everyday dude. When I'm talking about like Mr. Business Wizard, no, just a regular dude that was using his cell phone out of boredom and was like, well, maybe I could see if he saw some YouTube videos on how to start an online business with Amazon. And so he said, well, let me try it and let me see if it works. And it's worked, in the hospital. So all of a sudden it started working. He started shipping this and sending that and blah, blah, blah through Amazon. And by the time he left the hospital, he was $100,000 richer. My point is that he's absolutely correct. Jamal is absolutely correct. There is no way in the world you should not be taking advantage of all these online jobs globally. There are countries that will hire you to teach English and you don't know any of that country's language. They will pay you room and board and they'll pay you a wage, really good wage, to come to their country and just teach, just talk. I kid you not. I know dudes that's doing it here. I know dudes that's doing it right now. Average everyday Americans. Like, oh, I'll take the job, sure. When I came here, I started off online. I kid y'all not, guys. I saved up about $20,000, right? in my 401k, about 20,000. I was doing a lot of overtime, right? And so I saved about $20,000. I said, okay, cool. And I got hired for an online job. I said, cool, so I can work anywhere in the world. And I said, I'm gonna go for it. And that's when I moved here. And then that's when I met Andrea afterwards and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, kid you not, I wasn't balling when I moved here. I didn't have, I need to save up 100,000. No, that's bull. Don't let nobody fool you now. See, if I save up, save up enough that'll take care of you in that country for 2 years, to where they give you enough time to create and do. I'm not talking about your party money. That could be a separate saving. But I'm talking about your bills, your food, and everything. That's why I said, okay, this 20,000 can feed me in Colombia for 2 years, pay all my bills for 2 years, give me time to build with my online job that I was working or create a company. It gave me time to do that. You don't need $100,000. You don't need retirement money to come to. I don't know why y'all people keep coming up with that excuse. I hear dudes say that to me all the time. Well, Andre, I'm gonna stack money. And when I get you, no, I got to do that. You got 20,000? Yeah, bring your ass on. What you waiting for? The only reason you ain't coming because you're scared and you don't trust God. That's the only reason. Either you don't trust God, you don't believe in God, and you're scared. Which one is it, or is it all three? I did it with 20,000. Now I probably bring in a lot more than that. And it's not just through YouTube. My little taxes on the 401k, so I walked away with like, actually it was like 27, and 7,000 that went towards taxes, and I got like 2021, right? And so, because I took the early payment penalties, you got to pay the taxes. And so I took it all out, and I ended up like 2021. And that's when I was like, okay, you ain't got anybody. When you live in another country, ain't no calling Keith saying, hey, Keith, man, you got $50 I can borrow for some gas, man, until I get paid on Friday? I ain't got no Keith. Ain't no Keith. I got to make this work. Yeah, Catherine. Yeah, girl. You got about $25 till Friday so I can get some groceries for these kids. Ain't no Catherine I can call. You got to make it work. But then that's when God brings out that superpower in you that you didn't even know you had. He's like, now you trust me. Now I'm gonna introduce you to something. What you about to introduce me to, God? A friend? Networking? Somebody that's rich? No, I'm about to introduce you to your superpower. What? I got superpowers? Yeah, you didn't even know. See, when you're in the States, you don't have to use your superpower. You lose your job, you got welfare, you got unemployment, right? If you got kids, you got child tax credits, you got WIC, you got all this stuff to take care of your kids, right? So you don't need a superpower. You got food stamps. You don't need it. If you're in the States and you broke and you homeless, it's because you want to be broke. Andre, that ain't the case for everybody. You're absolutely correct. That's not the case for everybody. But for a lot of people, you don't have to use your superpower that's inside you that God wants to use. But when you if God tells you to move from Chicago to Seattle, watch that superpower come out of you. Watch that ability to be creative. And I'm not talking about being slick and being kind. I'm talking about all of a sudden God will show you, like, they don't have any screen doors in this state. What? And all of a sudden you come with the idea of how to create a screen door business. When in your city, Chicago, they got a bunch of screen doors. So you'd have never thought about a screen door business. You'd have never thought about that. Your superpowers kick in. I promise you, every person, every dude I know, every lady I know that lives outside of their comfort zone, whether it be another city or another country, that superpower kick in so fast. That ability that you have, because you don't have anything to lean on but what's inside of you, and all of a sudden, creativity start kicking in. Stuff that you didn't even know was in you is in you. And you're like, wow. You looking like Jay-Z looked at Kanye. Dang, you where I am. But long as you living in your area of comfort, you'll never be able to use your superpower. It's in you. It's in all of us. All of us have a superpower. All of every person that I know. I've never met one person without a superpower. Homeless person, rich person. All of them have superpowers. All of us have one. Society just never gives us a chance to use it. That's the only thing. I want to say this again. Society, because there's so many programs for us to lean on, society never allowed you to use. I made more money during the pandemic than before the pandemic. And I was making good money before the pandemic. Why? My superpower kicked in. There are some people that created some businesses during the pandemic because they were at their house by themselves, money getting low, and all of a sudden, boom, their superpower kicked in. They were like, I know they're not about to call us back to work anytime too soon. We're in the middle of a pandemic. I got these kids home because schools are closed, and I got to come up with an idea. And all of a sudden, that superpower kick in, boom. Kids got clothes, bills being paid, food in the cupboard because they superpower kicked in. A lot of people don't realize that. You got superpowers, and it's going to kick in if you allow yourself to relocate and allow yourself to be put in a position where you have to use your superpowers. Oh, I didn't finish the statement. Remotely, being young isn't an excuse either. Absolutely correct. I wish I knew what I knew now. You talking about being a guru at 30 years? If I knew what I knew now, number one thing I wish I knew just to sit my ass down somewhere and be patient. Boy, if you don't sit your tail down somewhere and be patient, you think you got to have everything right now. I want a big car because I saw the other drug dealers with big cars. When guys like, boy, if you don't sit your butt down, if I knew how to sit my butt down somewhere, that's just one thing would have changed my life. Boy, if you don't sit your butt down somewhere, get you a regular job. Hillary, I'm a female. Oh, okay, my man. My bad. Oh, did I say she? My bad, bro. Hey, y'all gotta forgive me because Dre ain't got his glasses on today. So y'all gonna have to forgive, blame it on my head, not my heart. Is that Jay I see in the building? Cartagena's finest, ATLJ. All these people getting $10,000 back on their taxes every year could literally pay their rent 2 years. If you don't stop preaching. Half the ladies that get their tax returns, you know what you're gonna do with it? You're gonna give it to that knucklehead boyfriend. Yeah, at least half the money. You got 10,000, he gonna give because he's your boyfriend for the last couple of years and he ain't never really had nothing. But he was faithful to you. He stuck by you. Even though he at home playing PlayStation right now, even while we're talking. Nothing wrong with PlayStations and Xboxes. But my point is, he's absolutely correct. God has given us, how many times has God given us the opportunity to either walk away from something and to walk into something? Let's be real. Of those of us that are older, that are at least 35, you can at least look back and say, yeah, there was times God pulled me away from some mess. And there was some times that God opened up some doors that I should have just went on ahead and walked my tail through. We all been there. If you live in the United States, you cannot lie and say, I never had a door open for me. There was no opportunities. Just life was just horrific the whole time through. That's not true. It's not true. Many of us have had some bad times. Many of us have had some good times. Doors open, doors close. It happens. Ecclesiastes chapter 3. There's a time for this. There's a time for that. There's a time for that. There's a time for this. But yeah, some of y'all have had that tax return of at least 5,000 plus at least 6 times because you got kids for it. Or you don't have any kids, but when your taxes are set up, you got a chunk. I'm gonna buy me another car. I'm gonna buy me a new couch for the living room, and then I'm gonna go ahead, get some new furniture, get my little, get my new weave in, and you can't tell me nothing. Cool. You just like me with LeBrons. You just like me. Only thing between me and you, I knew how to put the LeBrons back. You didn't know how to put the couch back, realizing that old couch was going to be gone anyway because you're supposed to relocate to Seattle. What the hell you buying a new couch for when God is telling you take your tail to Seattle? You don't need a new couch unless it's in Seattle. You supposed to have your happy tail in Austin, Texas. Why are you buying new microwaves in Michigan when you're supposed to be buying new microwaves in Austin, Texas? Some of you dudes just spent some of your tax money on a brand new John Deere lawnmower in Phoenix. You don't need a lawnmower in Phoenix. Because you're supposed to have your ass in New Orleans somewhere or in Florida somewhere. You're supposed to be in Atlanta somewhere buying John Deere's. What the hell you buying John Deere's in Phoenix for? Some of us wasting the money that God is saying, save that money for relocation. And all the stuff that you want to buy, I'll give it to you at the relocated location. What's the use of me using my 401k money to buy a couch in Florida if God is telling me, Andre, I want you to buy a couch in Colombia? I'll give you the money no matter what. Some of y'all spending a bunch of money. Some of us, we do that. I want to say y'all, us, because we all do that. God's trying to tell us. God is trying to tell us something. Yeah. Sometimes we are spending money at for the right thing in the wrong location. Some of y'all buying some good stuff for the wrong person. You are. He's not worth it. He ain't. He ain't gonna be worth it. Not to you. He's worth it to the next person or the person after that. Dude, I don't care how fat her behind is, she ain't worth it. Bruh, I'm telling you, she ain't worth it. She's worth it for the next person who she's supposed to be worth it for. You in the way. That's the probably number one lesson that I learned from God. Get your ass out the way. I was always in my own way. I was always in the way. Always got an excuse. Always, but. Or give God a good one, like, but I'm here because my mama is, or I'm here because my cousins. Or I always got an excuse, but, and God looking at me like, do you not realize what I got planned to give you? Do you, Andre? Are you freaking serious? Are we playing? Are we kidding right now? I'm God, maker of universes. I'm coming to you of all people to say, I'm about to hook you up. I'm about to give you the hookup. And you got the audacity to tell me, God, that A, I don't know what I'm talking about, and B, but. Some of y'all, that's how y'all pray. Lord, I love you so much. Thank you, Jesus, for all that you've done in your holy name. Are you what, Lord? What, Lord? What you just? But, Lord, but. That's how y'all pray. Some of y'all don't pray because you don't want to hear what God got to say again. God say new job, you get scared. God say business, you start shaking. God says network and new co-workers, you don't know what to do. But come on, we gotta stop doing that. We're bigger than that. We're better than that. Jay is in the building. Yes, you said girl in my comment. My bad, fam. My bad, fam. I'm looking at a goatee, beard, and everything else. Nothing but male features. Boy, when you got your glasses on, it's a sad world. The sad part is I got 3 pair of glasses in here, and I got 1 pair. I don't have 1 pair at in the studio right now with me. Shame, Andre. Shame. The goal is to move to another country, keep my American income. Yep. And rental. Yep. I know plenty of dudes do that. I still own property in the States. Yeah, I still own property. Oh, I got land in Tennessee. Got 20 acres in Tennessee. So yeah, I got land. And it's just growing. The price of it is just growing and everything. Got offers and everything. So yeah. Yep. A lot of people, just because you leave the States, I didn't say give up I ain't giving up my citizenship. I see YouTubers that say, give up your American. That's all right. I was born with this. There's a history behind my citizenship. There are decades of, struggle and pain for my passport. Black people pass, no offense, my white brothers and sisters and Latin brothers and sisters, but a black person passport comes along with a long heritage and stories behind it. A lot of anguish and pain for that passport. So I'm not about to throw my U.S. citizenship away for nobody, not for Andre or nobody, because their citizenship has a lot of story and heritage behind it for what my ancestors went through for me to get to this point. I'd be dang if I sit up there. They're going to have to pry my citizenship from my dying hands before I just walk away and give up my U.S. citizenship. That's not about to happen. So I'm with you on that one, guys. Move outside the United States, but I'm not about to just throw my citizenship away after all what our people been through and still going through. No. Shout out to Bill Cosby. No. They could be in another country getting their hair, toes, and some of you ladies could be living in DR right now with some of the ladies that do some of the best weave in the world. And you still getting your hair done by Aisha in Atlanta. Yeah, okay. You paying Aisha $300, $200, $150 to take care of your weave. When Magali in DR could do a better job, she could have your hair looking like Beyonce's weave for $30. And like he said, and you get the 1-hour massage for $10. You supposed to have your butt in DR right now. Some of y'all supposed to be living somewhere like me, getting your veneers done. Some teeth, $500, $25,000 in the States, $500 in Colombia. Please, whatever. No wonder Rick Ross came down here. Kanye came down here. Tekashi 69 came down here. Cardi B came down here. No wonder all these people with money somehow, some way, make it down to Cali, Colombia to get their teeth done. Yeah. $20,000 in the States, $25,000 for the same thing I paid $500 for. All right, y'all go ahead, go and live your little U.S. life. Go and do that. Go. I see families, like I said, I was telling somebody today, I see families coming down here getting their teeth done, bringing the kids down to hang out and have fun. I'm looking at kids that are 8 years old with passports, black families. Mom and dad getting their teeth done, the kids just having a ball, just running across the country. I ain't mad at them. Same theme parks. Yeah, they got theme parks here. You want to take your kids to the zoo? Got great animals that they ain't even got in the States here. Take your kids to the go-kart or bowling. They got all that here too. All of it. I ain't missing none of that. If I want to go bowling, I go right outside and head on down the street and go bowling. I ain't missing none of that. And I like bowling. Want to golf? They got that. Tennis. You want to be a part of roller skating, like in California? They got roller skate clubs all day long. All day long, they got clubs for everything. They got Meetup, like we got Meetup.com in the States. They got Meetup.com here. Same Meetup.com, same franchise. Temporary agencies down here, they give you a temporary job. If you just want a temporary job, the same ADECA that's in the States is the same ADECA that's in South America. The exact same company that can help you get a temporary job. Yeah. It's all good, bro. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, Ellen. Oh, you can move to another country and build an entire community with what you would build one. True. Oh my God. I go back to the States and visit. I love y'all. I love my country. But no, I'm not about to live back. At 50 plus, there are too many countries that benefits Andre and I in the long run. There are countries that once we have a shorty, the country said, we put your child through school, like major school, for free for the rest of their life. Like your child can leave and have a doctorate degree for free. What? I'm willing to be in a country and pay higher taxes for that. The video that we dropped on Mostly Money yesterday, the United States is the only, outside of Guinea, the United States is the only developed country out of 245 developed countries that does not have any paid sick leaves for mothers after having their children. The only one. I'm going to repeat this. There is no other developed country in the world that does not pay mothers after you become a mother. So you can go to Tanzania, Africa, and you can get paid for being a mother. You can go to Colombia and get paid for being a mother. You go to Brazil, get paid for being a mother. You go to Mexico, Panama, Costa Rica. Come on, let's go through all of them. You go to China, you go to Japan. You go to Australia, you go to New Zealand. You tell me you go to Morocco. Are you telling me you can go to Saudi Arabia? If you have a child, there is family sick leave for you being a mama in the United States. Numero uno, United States. You get your time off, but they gonna give you a dime, knowing that you just had a child and how expensive having a child is. You got countries where they split it up. They're like, hey, we're gonna give you and the husband 4 months. Y'all work that out how you want to. So the mother may stay home with the kids, paid leave for 3 months. And then the dad stays home for maybe a month. Because they decide to do it like that. Paid leave. While the mom go back to work. But in the United States, a mother don't get nothing. Or we gonna give you some WIC. We gonna give you some welfare. We'll give you Section 8. But we will not give you time off to where you can actually take care of your children and then come back to your job and actually make money while that's being done. Okay. I'm telling y'all now, y'all be wondering why Andre loves the United States, but ain't gonna be putting himself and his kids and his wife in a situation that I can't handle at 50 plus. I'm not 20 something years old where I can make all the mistakes that you 20, 30-year-olds make. I can't afford your mistakes no more. I'm gonna tell you that now. The mistakes that you can make in your 20s and 30s, You can afford that. At 50 something, I can't afford to be making them all the financial mistakes that y'all make. I can't afford to be walking around being broke, have money today and broke tomorrow. Not in my 50s. It ain't cute in your 50s. When you 20, you can have your money days, and then you can have your days when you ain't got it in your pocket, but it's cool because you got your friends. It ain't cute when you 50 something and you ain't got no money. I can afford to be making all the mistakes and stuff like that you young people can make. Hell no, I ain't about to go back to the States. No. There's too many countries that will be there for Andrea and my kids. Too many countries. Don't you want your kids to have a U.S. citizen? We already found out. We already talked to the lawyer. The lawyer says the day that our child is born, there's a form that they fill out to get their birth certificate from the United States that says that this child here is a U.S. citizen because their daddy is a U.S. citizen. So I ain't got to have my babies in the States. They're U.S. citizens from birth. There's a form that we fill out to get a copy of their U.S. passports and everything sent to us. So I ain't got to have no baby in the state. Any child we have is U.S. citizen. So I can take my child to a country where they can get free education and free medical. I can pay taxes because I'm going to pay taxes anyway. I can pay taxes and my kids can get what they need to have. Oh, hell, what? And my wife ain't got to be sitting around wondering if I wasn't making the money that I'm making, we're going to be struggling because there is no family leave for pregnancy for mothers to get paid like in the United States alone. I mean, really? 250 countries, and the United States is the only one outside of Papua New Guinea, an island? Really? A lot of Americans are renouncing their, yeah, that's true, which is suicide because if she, no. I like that first part. That second part is not true. Somebody told me that one day. Will you be back in the United States when it all goes down and life don't work out? I'm like, ma'am, there are 245 developed nations in the world. 245. United States is 1. Colombia is 2. That means I got 243 countries that I can go to before I take my ass running back to United States. Even with my citizenship, if I had the worst time outside of health in Colombia, I wouldn't come back to the States. What the hell for? When I know that there's 243 more countries that I can go to, what for? Like, what for? Who? And I've heard that story before. Yeah, when times get tough, you coming back to the States. Oh, hell no, I ain't. No. And like I mentioned earlier, all this online work that's available in the world right now prior to COVID, and now because of COVID, a lot of companies are like, we make more money without having a staff in office than having a staff. I mean, we make more money with staff out of office than having a staff in office. That means we can hire anybody in the world, anytime, any place. We don't have to have anybody in the building but management. If the world is like that now, that means that I can be hired by a job in, I can get a job by a company in Iceland or England. I can get hired by a company in New Zealand or the US and Texas and get my paycheck and take care of my family. If push came to shove, no. You won't be seeing Andre driving down the streets of the United States. And if you do see me driving down the streets, honk your horn because you know I'm visiting. I'm a guest like a mother. I'm a guest. Yes, your boy is a guest. A U.S. citizen, a guest. I ain't gonna even lie. A lot of people on YouTube, they try to sugarcoat it and not tell the truth behind it. I'm telling y'all the truth behind it. I love my country. I love the United States, the history, all the things in the creativity. A lot of stuff wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the United States. A lot of stuff. Electricity. started, not electricity, but the electric light created in the United States. The use of electricity started in the United States. We're talking about electric cars. Tesla is big. We're talking about the internet outside of being created by the brother in Africa. The internet really took off in the United States. Computers took off in the United States. Dell, the Silicon Valley with Dell computers and Apple computers and the whole movement, all that United States, the best movies, the best actresses, the best singers, the best choirs, United States. You look at the movies in other countries, you be like, oh, that's good, but it ain't like United States. You look at television in other countries, like, oh, that's cool, but it ain't like the United States. United States, we got to admit, a lot of stuff we number one, and I'm not just talking about military, we number one in a lot of this quality, customer service. We may complain about customer service. Take your ass outside the United States. You love United States customer service. Yeah. Love the United States, but I ain't moving back to that. It costs too much. It's too painful to live outside the United States and then go back. So, like I said, the first part I agree with is a lot of Americans renouncing their citizenship. Actually, he's right. Actually, in 2020, United States broke a record. There were 5,000 people that renounced their United States citizenship. Now, for many of us, you know, you got a country of 30 million. Nobody cares about that. I mean, 300 million. Nobody cares about that. But to see that 5,000 started, that means that there may be another 5,000 behind. United States has never had 5,000 people in 1 year say, I renounce my citizenship. Never. That's a record for the United States. And so I believe that that's going to grow. People that are the passports. And I mentioned this before. The United States is 100,000 passport applications in holding. There are so many passport applications that people are like, that the government can't keep up. People are just waiting to get their passport. It's kind of funny because 2 years ago, I did a video on why get your passport. And I said, you never know what emergency might happen. The government might shut. And I said it. I didn't know about a pandemic or nothing. I was like, the government might shut down, but I didn't know it was going to really shut down. And the government shut. And a year and a half later, the pandemic hit, government shut down, and everybody that had a passport already was Gucci. The rest of us that didn't have a passport was looking around like, I wish I had a passport. And now you stand in line behind 100,000 people. Just think you waiting in line at the DMV for your license to be renewed. It takes all day. Just imagine standing in line behind 100,000 people. Right? That's where it's looking right now when it comes to passport. Well, wait a minute. Pause. Remember I said, guys, there are certain YouTubers that are part of that made me who I am as far as YouTube, that I get advice from, that I talk to on a regular basis. Flyboy Way. Subscribe to his channel. I promise you guys, I promise you, his story, what I like about Fresh Flyboy, he's Renaissance. He's what you would call that 1950s, 1960s, 1970s Black Renaissance man. That he part of everything that's creative, but yet can be a father, but yet can be this, but yet can be. When you follow his journey, you like, this brother is involved in everything. You just sit back and just get your popcorn together, because this brother go everywhere and he's involved in everything. He has no excuse. He does not use excuse for anything. He doesn't pretend that his life is perfect, but he does not pretend that his life is bad. That is a good brother. So Flyboy Way, and I was it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny you came in today, Fresh, because I sneak and look at you guys' numbers. I never told anybody this, right? Like when Dave was on his way to me and Andre did this. Dave was at 17,000. Flyboy was at 10,000. We were at 2,000. I think Richie Rich was like at 5,000 or 7,000 on his channel. Ace was like 60,000, right? All of a sudden, Andre and I looked up one day, like, hey, you see Dave? Dave is at like 35,000 from 17. Like, what the hell happened? Right? And then we were like, Ace went to like 68,000, like 68, 70,000. Next day, like Dave was like 52. We were like, what the hell? 52,000 subscribers? Like, okay. And now Fresh is coming up. Fresh passes 10,000. Fresh is like at 13, 14,000, right? We're at like 2003, 2004 subscribers, right? And well, we happy, cool. 2,000 plus, we good, right? And I think this is like when Richie Rich kind of started hitting out at that time period, who was maybe like between 5,000 to 7,000 subscribers, right? There's a reason why I'm telling this story. And then Dave, we looking at Dave. Dave is like at 62,000. Ace is at 67, 68,000. Me and Andre looked at each other in bed. We like, Dave about to pass up Ace, right? The next day, Dave is at 88,000 subscribers, right? Now, Fresh was hovering around. He was on his way towards like 15 to 17,000 at this time period. So Fresh is Flyboy way on his way to 17,000. So we watch everybody's numbers, right? But not in the jealousy, but in a way of happiness, because we're all happy that the group of Black YouTubers are growing together as a unit. We're all brothers. We're all dudes that talk to each other. Well, we ain't had no subscribers. You know, we just all started this. We like, okay, we travel. Let's show the world. Black people travel too. And so to sit back and see all these brothers, and then when Dave passed up Ace, he was at 88. I said, Dave gonna get 100,000 subscribers. So when Dave hit like 93, Andre and I like, wow, we went from now at this time period, I think we hit like 6,000. So we're at 6,000 when Dave is at he finally hit 100. So we're like, wow. So one of our dudes got the plaque, right? He got the plaque. So we're like, one person got the plaque. So here come Ace. Ace channel is damn near like, I'm not about to sit up here and let this man surpass me. And so Ace jumped from 67 to like 83, right? And so we're watching Ace go, and bam, Ace get the plaque. Bam, so he got the plaque. And so I'm talking to Ace and Dave, and they tell me about some changes that we need to make and adjustments we need to make. We went from 5,000 to 31,000, right? Got stuck at 31,000, made some adjustments, and we went to 50. Went from 50, and it just grew, and we ended up with the $100,000 plaque. But I mean, the 100,000 plaque, right? But the whole time we doing our thing. I'm looking at Fresh Flyboy, because I know who's next in line, and I never told Fresh this. I hope Fresh is still here. I never told Fresh this. Fresh is next in line to get that plaque. And it's not by numbers. You don't get this plaque just because of numbers. You get the plaque because you care about your subscribers and you care about the people who you're giving information to. If it wasn't for Fresh, Andre and I trip to Cancun would have been completely different. We watched his video and we kind of like followed his pattern of that Cancun trip. If it wasn't for him, our trip would have been completely different. We learned from him on, okay, you're in Mexico, you're in Cancun, you're in Playa, do this, go here, that make sure you don't do this, make sure you don't do that. The rules are for this, the rules are for that. We learned all, and of course I was talking to him, talking to him on the phone, but my point is that to see brothers coming together and helping each other, that's how we were all able to. So I promise you, in the next year, I will not be surprised to see Fresh with one of those plaques on his wall, and to see Richie Rich with a plaque on his wall with a roller tape. So subscribe to Roller Tape, subscribe to Flyboy Way, because I'm telling you, these are men that care about the subject matter of their channels, just like we do. Now we have right now we have 4 channels that we're going to be working on. By the end of the year, we'll have 6 YouTube channels. But I'm excited for Flyboy. I never got a chance. I never told him that I'm excited. I'm so proud of the brother. I'm so proud of what he does in outside of YouTube, the life that he has, and the things that he's accomplished and continues to accomplish, and how he is as the first accomplishment that I'm proud of is how he is as a father to his fam. You can't beat that. To see the brother just showcasing fatherhood on his channel and how he emphasizes on the importance of fatherhood, and then the other things that he does as far as his job, his businesses, everything else, the encouragement, the questions and answers, the whole thing. This brother is doing it. The other brother who I'm about to tell y'all, this brother is like coming up behind people. Coop Corner, the brother that just moved to Africa, Coop Corner. I got that brother hitting 100,000 in the next 6 months. I got him at least being at 80 in the next 6 months. That brother, his personality, everything reminds me of Ace. I'm like, he got that Ace smile. He works. Everybody he's got that energy that draws people. When you get a chance, this is a brother from the States that just moved to Africa, and he's trying to bridge the States and Africa as far as understanding each other. Coop Corner, COO. I will be interviewing him this weekend. I actually was planning for Sunday, but also he'll be interviewing us. And so that brother, I love watching his channel and his live stream. I love watching. He's really, really good. And I'm like, man, you about to take between those African subscribers and the US subscribers, man, you about to take off, bro. I'm glad I know you why you just at 30, okay? Because I can see him easily in a year at 200,000. Easily at 200,000 subscribers. And it's good to see brothers and sisters, all these sister channels that are blowing up too. You know, shout out to my girl Courtney with Latif Talks and that group. They're doing great things. Shout out to Kay that's in that group, seeing sisters doing some great things. It's just great. And right now, I'm gonna tell you something real quick before we go into the comment section. I think I mentioned this last week. The other reason why I'm proud of these brothers. This is the time to get into YouTube as a person of color. Only 50% of the world has access to Wi-Fi. That means only 50% right now of the world are watching YouTube and Facebook and Twitch and Twitter. They are creating right now, even as we speak, an international Wi-Fi system to connect the rest of the world to Wi-Fi for free. You think YouTube is big now with only 50% of the world. Wait until they make that international Wi-Fi connection for people to take advantage of, and the rest of the world get on board. This is the time. You can make YouTube videos and you ain't got to speak and ain't talk to nobody. You just make the top 10 lists. Top 10 this, one of our channels is top 10. We got challenges, nothing but top 10s. Just top 10 this, top 10 train rides, top 10 train wrecks, top 10 luxury car accidents, top 10 luxury cars, top 10 yachts, top 10 yacht crashes. Top 10s. Just you ain't got to be on there, just put the top 10. That's it. And those videos are what's called a Creative Commons, meaning that you can use those absolutely free. And that's why you see the top 10, and it's always the same video, and the same cars, and the same this, that, and they just flip it around because you can use it for free. There's no copyright infringement when you see that CC at the bottom. That means common creative. That means that you're not overstepping your boundaries with somebody's. But I don't want to go off into the tangent of YouTube. You know how I am. Okay, Andre, your children will be able to have dual. Yes, absolutely correct. Or whatever country we live in. If we live in, think about it. If we live in Portugal, like we plan on visiting Portugal, if we lived in Portugal, our child will have quadruple citizenship, our child will actually have Colombian citizenship through Andrea, U.S. citizenship through me, and then from being born in Portugal, Portuguese citizenship. Man, I wish my parents would have hooked me up at least with some citizenships. Love my parents, but man, hook me up with some citizenships. What you want for Christmas? Citizenships. What you want for your birthdays? Passports. That's what I want. Mama, what you want, boy? Could you tell Santa Claus to give me some more passports? That's what I want. Yep, England, we got paternity and maternity. Right. United States, the only one that ain't got that. We get bereavement leave. Wow. If somebody pass on for a month. We have bank holidays, which is a day off for every couple every month. What's the day off? A day off every couple of months. There we go. I was about to say every couples for months. We get like 3 months off a year. United States, they will never let that happen. But you can move to a country where it does happen. That's why when people say you coming back to the U.S., I ask them why. Give me 5 reasons why. Give me 3 reasons why I will come back to the United States if times get tight here in Colombia. Why would I run back to the United States when there's 200? 200. Just count your fingers till you get to 200. Just count your fingers. All the countries I could go to. Let's count to 200. All the countries that I could go to. Why would I run back to one? I already got citizenship there. I got U.S. dollar. And I'm going to tell y'all something. If y'all think the U.S. dollar is everywhere in the world, it ain't. It ain't. It's gravy in parts of the world like here, but it's parts of Europe that be looking at your dollar like, if you don't get that beat up ass dollar out my face, we got euros over here. Your dollar means nothing. Yeah, don't think that every country you go to, your U.S. dollar is like, I'm the one. I'm U.S. Okay, take your part. Certain countries and be looking at you like, if you don't get that cheap dollar out my face and give me some real money, they're looking at your dollar like it's monopoly money. Like, man, you'd be better off giving us Bitcoin. Okay, what about if you're stateless and you cannot go to the United States consulate if things get bad in another country? Or am I missing something? You could always go to the U.S. consulate in another country. U.S. consulate, let's say in another country, I lost my passport and I don't have any money for another passport. Let's say I don't have any money for another passport. The U.S. consulate will give you a passport and you owe the money back. Or let's say you get stuck. Let's say you get stuck and you don't have a U.S. passport. And let's say it's not a criminal situation. Maybe you got robbed. You got robbed, right? You got robbed. In it was your passport, your money. The U.S. embassy will give you the money. This is true. U.S. embassy will give you the money and another passport to get home. At least a temporary passport to get home so you get your regular one back. But you have to pay them back whatever that flight amount was to get you back home. Because if you try to leave the country again, the U.S. will say, well, you owe us like $400. When did I owe you $400? For when you was in India and you got caught up and you needed some money to fly back home. And so, yeah. The only time, I kid you not, the only time I see people get caught up in other countries, excuse me for my nasal, most of the time is because they're involved in criminal activities, and the other times they move into locations that they haven't done their homework about. I've seen too many U.S. citizens buy property in locations they didn't know their homework, they didn't do their homework about, and they get caught up. like the death of the young brother in Cartagena, the brother that died. He died a couple months ago. He bought property, but he brought it in the wrong areas. Good deal, nice property, wrong areas and wrong people, and they murdered him for it. There are some brothers right now in Ecuador. Two brothers that's been in jail since 2017. Brothers, like real life brothers, since 2007. Good dudes, educated, everything, articulate, everything. These brothers have been in jail because somebody hid a dead body on some property that they own, on land that they own. They were making money bringing in U.S. tourists to Ecuador to live on their farmland because they had built houses on their farmland. So it was like you could live on the farm and enjoy the farm life in Ecuador at the same time, get the tourism and the whole thing. These brothers were making money. Well, the local indigenous people, which is no matter what country you go to, the indigenous people, they dirty. And so at the end of the day, what ended up happening was the indigenous people there, somehow a dead body ended up in these dudes' property, and the indigenous people blamed them. And these brothers been using the U.S. embassy and courts to try to fight and get this taken care of since 2017. Since 2017. And they just did some interviews and everything because the prison that they're in right now allows you to have cell phones, so they can, they started a channel and reaching out to people, let people know the truth about. Listen, we bought some land in a spot that we didn't know that these people was dirty like that. So that's the most that I see, which is bad. Don't get me wrong, which is bad, but that's the most that I see that happens to people that go to other countries. For the most part, the other 99.9% of us, we live a good life. We live really, really good lives. So once again, what about stateless? Can you go to the United States consulate if you? Yeah, you can. Good question. Real good question. That's right. Don't ask why. I like that part. I don't know how Fresh came up with that one, but I like that part. That's his little hook right there. But I kid you not, and I wasn't saying that about Flyboy Way, just to be saying it, just because he's here. I've always thought that. I always thought it was going to happen in tears. And I sat back and I looked and I followed everybody in our little group, and I'm like, man, Fresh gonna be next in line. I can see it. It's like Fresh and it's like a race between Flyboy Way and Philly Dom. That's who those are two channels I watch of brothers that I'm like, one of these brothers about to hit 100,000. I can see one of them brothers within the year because I can see the pattern. Once you watch other people hit 100,000, especially in your little group, and three of us have did it. You see the patterns that other people are doing to get to that, and you're like, I see it. I see Philly Dom and I see Flyboy Way the next in line, and then I see Roller Tape being next in line. That's Andre's hypothesis. But okay, it's not that the United States isn't great. This is true. I love the United States. There's so much about the United States. There's the convenience of everything. Like if you order something off Amazon, you can get like the next day or the next 2 days. I can't complain because when I order something off Amazon here, we usually get it within 5 days. Is that sometimes coming from poor communities in the United States, we can move to other countries and have great. Jamal, you are so correct. I think that's one of the things you just grind so much as a minority in the United States just to barely scrape sometimes out of your community that you were raised in. When you don't have to go through all that, you like the money that's considered scrape money in the United States. You can take your butt to Costa Rica and live like a king, or Panama, and you ain't too far away from your family, so you only like a 2-hour flight up Think about it. If you live in Pittsburgh and your family's in Florida, you still a 2-3 hour flight away, right? If you lived in Michigan, if you were raised in Michigan like me, but your family is in, and you move to Texas, you're still a 2-3 hour flight away anyway, right? Well, what's the difference between you got the family in Florida or in Texas or whatever, and you going to Costa Rica, and now you only a 2-3-4 hour flight away anyway? You moving to Mexico, you only a 2-3 hour flight away anyway. You're doing the same thing that you would be doing in the States anyway. Some of y'all, your parents used to drive 14 hours from Cleveland back home to Alabama. You got old people that still do that now. You telling me that 14-hour drive, you could live in Colombia and you only like a 3-4 hour flight away from home, away from your people if there's an emergency or if you want to visit somebody? Colombia, I'm not in Antarctica somewhere. I'm only a couple hours away from y'all. Just because y'all wondering if Colombia is so, no, boo. No, I'm only a 4-hour flight away from Florida. And then after that's another 2 hours. Don't be trying to act like Colombia is like all the way over there. No, it's not all the way over there. I'm right by y'all. When I was living in Florida, only 3-hour flight away from my family in Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago, Indianapolis. Nobody came to visit me in Florida. You would think that I got a family member in Florida. I'm about to shoot down to Florida and hang out my family. No, but I told my uncle, I said, when you move down here, ain't nobody coming. He was like, they'll come visit. I said, and nobody, in all of our years, my sister was the only one that came and visited Florida. And that's because they were going to Disney and Universal Studios. So they just like, well, since my brother's down here, let me go see him too. 3-hour flight. Nobody came. It wasn't a big deal. But my point is that now I can use that 4 hours and still be close to home, only 4 hours away. Any major emergency, like I said, grandmama already passed on, granddads, one of my uncles, all the matriarchs and patriarchs of the family, the big dogs, the big ladies have already passed on. So the ones that I was hanging around for, they've already passed on. So all the rest of us that are cousins and a couple aunties and my one uncle, we just kind of like scragglers in this little thing once the matriarchs and patriarchs leave, once they graduate to heaven. But I could go back home and like I'm going to get at the end of the month, I'm going down back to the States for a week to get my driver's license renewed because my birthday is in October. Got to get my driver's license renewed. I'll be there for a week. Get it renewed. I'm shooting back here. I'm not missing anything. That's what I mean. It's so close, yet it's so far. And a lot of people think that if you move to another country, you got to move to the other side of the planet or something, and you don't. You don't. That's a lie. That we're told while we're in the United States. Like I always say, they have a commercial for every damn thing in the world in the United States. Shoes, clothes, umbrellas. They got a commercial for pillows. How come they got a commercial for everything in the world in the United States? But we will not see a commercial for a passport ever. They have never had a commercial to tell you to take your ass to another country and visit and see the truth. I'm going to repeat that. You will never see an infomercial in the United States that's saying, get a passport, go down to Mexico and see for yourself what Mexico is like. See what yourself what Costa Rica's like. See what Philippines are like. Thailand is like. There is not one. You ain't never seen a commercial. You ain't never heard it on the radio. You ain't never seen it on YouTube commercial. None of that, except for us YouTubers that make a commercial and say, get your passport. Other than that, the United States is not going to give you a passport commercial. It is not happening. They want you to be as stupid and tax paying as possible. They don't realize you can live outside of the country, still pay taxes, and I ain't got to be broke no more. Do you realize when it comes to federal taxes, when I file my taxes, I don't have to pay federal taxes? Oh, you didn't know that, huh? I mentioned this before. There is a tax exemption if you live outside the United States for 11 months of the year, because I don't take advantage of the roads or advantage of any of the things that pay for by the government. I have a tax exemption for my federal taxes. Now, my tax, my accountant knows how to, do all the magic of it. It's no big deal. It's not like a trick or anything, but it's existed for years. They did it for the big wigs. Like they created it in like the 60s and 70s for all the big ballers. They didn't know that one day it'd be people like me with a regular passport that realize, like, hey, you mean if I'm outside the country for 11 months, I don't have to pay federal taxes? Now, mind you, what state am I from? Florida. What is one of the states that doesn't have any state taxes? Florida. So I've got my federal tax exemption here because I'm not in the States for 11 months of the year. I'm from Florida, so I got state exemption because Florida doesn't have any state taxes. So for the most part, guess what I'm paying? City taxes from being a resident of Florida. And you guys are sitting around scratching your heads in the States, and you wonder why, if times get tight for me, I ain't running back to the States. Okay, no, you can run back to the States. I ain't running. What? Free taxes? Free 99? Yeah, there's a tax exemption. Go ahead and look it up, guys. Andre, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, look it up. 11 months out of the year, if you're not there, think about it. And it makes sense because I'm not taking advantage of the roads. I'm not taking advantage of WIC. I'm not taking advantage of welfare. I'm not taking advantage of food stamps. I'm not taking advantage of street lights. I'm not taking advantage of city programs, statewide programs, the courts. I'm not taking advantage of anything that has to do with the country of the United States, even though I'm a citizen, right? So therefore, they give you that 11-month exemption because they're like, why would we have somebody? Remember, I said they made this for the big wigs, not for us. Why would we have these rich millionaires pay taxes if they don't live in the United States, taking advantage of United States federal programs or things that are done in the United States? Like I say, like the roads, the streets. I'm not taking advantage of, I'm not driving down the streets. So, but they didn't expect digital nomads. They didn't think 30 years later digital nomads would come because somebody would invent something called the internet. They weren't expecting people to get their passports and say, I can still make American dollars but live in another country. They weren't expecting all that. So when this exemption was made, it wasn't made for me. It was made for ballers with yachts and money and stars and all that stuff. But then we came along and was like, what? 11 months? Really? Yeah. Okay. No, your boy ain't going back. I love the United States, but I ain't going back. I don't care how tight times can get super tight here in Colombia. Like, babe, we got to move somewhere. It won't be the States. I mean, there's many online jobs. What? Please, I wish I would. The only issue is the channels, guys that go downtown and only film. Preach. This is why the unsavory type in Colombia. Correct. I'm gonna tell you guys something. I was telling Jamal this when we were talking earlier today, right? Oh, just in case you guys didn't get a chance to see, today I'm drinking Colombian rum, pure Colombian rum, and with some Coke. But you're absolutely correct. But those YouTube channels, they made love crossing borders. I was telling Jamal this today. Andre and I were one of the few YouTube channels in the country that were a couple. And Ace was like, y'all need like I said, Ace was like, y'all need a channel. Like, what we need a channel for? Because, you know, Ace Live, he's always doing his YouTube channel. Y'all need a channel. In the living room, right in the other room, right? We all sitting around having beers. And me and Andre, what are you talking about? Y'all need a YouTube channel. I say, okay, why do we need a YouTube channel? He said, do you know how many people will watch and follow the journey of a brother coming from the States? He meets the love of his life, and they are actually a real couple, and they can see what it's like to relocate to another country and fall in love. And so we were like, whatever. What we gonna call it, Ace? What we gonna call it? He said, I don't know. Y'all can call it love over oceans. Y'all can call it meeting the one in another country. Y'all can call it love crossing borders. Y'all can call it. I was like, what you just said? He said, love crossing borders. Me and Andre looked at each other like, that's a good name, love crossing borders. That sounds like us. And so that's when we started the channel with a cell phone, bad microphones, and in this room. That's a studio now. That's the crazy part. You sit back and you look at the old videos, you see us and the audio is bouncing off the walls and everything. And now all of a sudden you see it's like it's a studio, it's an office. It's, you know, we got the couch right here. We got the lighting all over the place. You know, it's crazy, dude, to sit back and think of how far we've evolved. But you're absolutely, but point in saying all that is because all those other channels were exploiting hookers and women and just, you know, they follow Colombian women with the camera who look at her butt and then, you know, all that stuff. Jay know what I'm talking about as far as, because Jay been to Colombia a couple of times. She knows what I'm talking about. But how, you know, it's sad. But the crazy part is this. The crazy part is it made love crossing borders because everybody was coming to us that weren't like that. Guys that were like you, Colin, you would say, man, you know what? I like beautiful women. I got your point. There's beautiful women in Colombia. I got you. Thank you for all the big booty videos. I got you. But then you would be like, well, what is it like to drive in Colombia? And then you come see our videos. Well, how much are the apartments? You'll come see our videos. Or what's it like to really be in love with somebody? And, you know, what steps do you have to, if you want to get married, what are the marriage license or the laws, or do you have to bring it? You come to our channel. You want to see a couple that goes, people want to see a couple that goes to the part of DR where couples go, the part of Mexico where couples go. Because some dudes will come out here to Colombia and meet somebody nice, but all those other channels never showed where couples go. They only show you where if you're a single man, you got money in your pocket, all the pros and hoes, you doing it big. And that's all they ever show you on all the channels. So a lot of dudes were like, but what if I meet somebody nice and I want to take her to a nice spot or a nice restaurant, or I want to take her to paintballing, or if I want to go to ride bikes, or whatever it is. That's why people start coming to love crossing borders. So those dudes helped us out, because while they kept the dudes that were thirsty, the dudes like you and other people, and like Felicia, like women like Felicia, would come to us and say, we want to know what it's like in Colombia, like everyday life, like not the weekend party part, but okay, everybody's going to work part Colombia. What's it like to have to go to the hospital? What do you do for an emergency for that? That's what our channel is about. It's the everyday life of living in South America, not that party. We do have a lot of videos of the tourism and the parties and things like that, but it always comes back to love crossing borders as a couple. And the beauty of us also is older man, younger woman, to let you guys see with Andrea, there are mature younger women and not just the party younger women here. And if you want your older woman, there are some women in their 60s that are so fine. I won't even lie. You like, dang, grandma killing them jeans. I have never said that in the States. I have never said about somebody's grandmama like, grandma killing them jeans. Here, you see some of the hottest grandmothers where you like, that's somebody, Andre, get it together. That's somebody grandmama you looking at. You looking like, dang, she fine. I'm talking about bodies killing it. And you know she got to be like 55, 60, 61 years old. Because you can tell from her behavior, maybe in her face a little bit. But body? So here there is no, no, well, you could only date young women. That's a lie here. That's a lie anywhere, but it's a lie here. But yeah, definitely. Colin agree. I stay away from these type of. I do too. And some of the dudes that I know, I had to, dude. You when Ace got 100,000 subscribers and everybody was they were congratulating Ace. Oh, Ace, congratulations. Blah, blah, blah. I said this. I talked to Ace. I was like, and I talked to our group that were congratulating Ace, the WhatsApp group, right? And I'm like, congratulations to Ace. Man, congratulations to Andre. I said, do y'all know how much hell I had to go through to convince this dude on how to direct this channel and not be putting up that BS that them other dudes are putting up, and to step away from that genre and be the Ace Live that he's supposed to be. I said, man, I congratulate me. I deserve Ace Live's plaque. Do you know how many times that man would call me after he got mad about something and just blah, 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 and I'm just listening. Okay, you're right. All right, that's your fault. I don't know why you mad. Oh, that is your fault. Well, if you only listen to what I told you to do months ago, you wouldn't be going through this right now. That's my plaque. Mine. So at the end of the day, the Ace that y'all see today, I promise you, there's some things that went on behind it. But if it wasn't for Ace also, there would not be any Mostly Money channel. We wouldn't have made the plaque. We wouldn't have got our plaque. Because Ace was the one that said, Andre, you need to start, you have that you need to start wearing suits. Don't wear polos, wear suits. You need to change the channel from move Love Crossing Borders over here and create another channel. I was going to call it remote control money. Like you control your money like remote. He said that's too many syllables. They don't make any sense, remote control money. And I was watching a YouTube channel, right? And you know how you hear something, but the person didn't say that? I thought he said Mostly Money, but he said something. I was like, Mostly Money? That's the new channel. And so that's how the new channel came, because the dude said something else. I thought I heard Mostly Money, but he didn't say Mostly. I rewinded. He said something else. But in my mind, I was like, we talk about Mostly Money on this channel anyway. Online jobs, politics, stimulus, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Mostly Money. And so that's when I changed it. And as you guys, if you guys watch something like maybe last year, the end of last year, I used to wear polo shirts, only white background, blah, blah, blah. But as you saw it evolve, I started wearing, all that was Ace Live. All that was Ace Live. It's just like when Run DMC said all of who they are was Jam Master Jay, because Jam Master Jay dressed like that with the leather and the hat and all. They say there was Jay from his area. They say it wasn't us. If it wasn't for Jam Master Jay, there would be no Run DMC how we look. That's Ace. Ace, all of Love Crossing, not all of Love Crossing Borders, he gave us the title, but also when it came to creating who I am in the political realm of Mostly Money, that was all Ace suggestions. And that's when the channel just took off. And that's it, just literally, when I put on a suit, it was, and it took off. And I like wearing suits, and I like talking about politics anyway. So, but definitely, one of the few YouTubers that I subscribed to and found this channel because of Ace. Yeah, I was on Ace channel. I remember in 2018, right? Check it. 2018, I had never been on YouTube. Ace was at maybe, he had just cracked 1,000 subscribers. We were with some kids in Medellin. My first trip to Medellin. No, he wasn't. He wasn't even at 1,000 subscribers yet. He was at like 700. And we were going, Ace was, he had raised some money through his subscribers to get Father's Day gifts. I mean, no, it was Mother's Day gifts for the kids. And you can go back to that video, Mother's Day gifts for the kids of parents. And so we're going to take the kids shopping, and Ace is going to film it. All of a sudden, Ace turns to me and was like, "You're going to be the one in the video. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. I want you to this. I want you to that." Blah, 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 blah. And the whole video. Now, don't get me wrong. At this time period, I was the president of our Toastmasters speech group in Tampa. I had just won regional public speaker award, right? So it was nothing for me to be in front of people speaking, right? But it was funny to see Ace just like, "You're gonna be in front of the camera now." Da, da, da. And the whole video, like 90% of the video, is me and the kids buying gifts for their parents to take home to their parents for Mother's Day. And after that, I guess Ace realized, man, you and Andre do need. Well, I wasn't with Andre back then. Come to think, I wasn't even with Andre back then. But I guess he saw something in me that down the line would cause him to say, "You and Andre need a channel." And that's how it all started with Ace throwing me into a couple of his videos. And so a lot of people still recognize me walking down the street. Not for Andre. We've had our Andre and Andre moments where people recognize us, but walking down the street, there have been people that have recognized me several times. "Hey, you've been in Ace Live videos. You're the dude from Ace Live videos." I'm like, yeah. Even Ace has recorded videos on our terrace on the rooftop, like the one where he did when he came here to Cali and he did Tinder. Remember, he and I was in that Tinder. That video was on the rooftop on our terrace upstairs. so you got a chance to see the mountains and the cloudiness and the beauty of Colombia, and at the same time, you got a chance to enjoy Ace going through Tinder. So yeah, that was fun. That was fun. And it's the funny part. A lot of YouTubers they really don't tell these behind the scenes fun stories. They just make it seem like they just do YouTube, and you never get a chance to hear these stories about how they got started or whatever it may be. It's a burnout culture in America. It's like a badge of honor to be overworked. Preach. Overstressed, be overworked, stressed, and miserable. You sound like how I was, and I was making the money. I just couldn't keep up with the Joneses. That's another thing I couldn't keep up with. I'm sorry, ladies. If I didn't have the latest pair of Jordans, I'm sorry. I'm too bad. You didn't want to date me because I didn't have the big black crocodile alligator shoes on. I'm sorry. Because I didn't have, and I was very into fashion. I was very into style. I'm still like that to this day, as you guys know from Mostly Money. But in the United States, it's always got to have the latest this. The United States is always telling you no matter what you got, it ain't shit. Always think about it, ladies. Everything that you get in makeup, Essence Magazine or Cosmopolitan is telling you, "Oh, that makeup that you got is good," but that's last year. This year is, but you like, wait a minute, I spent $400 on this makeup. MAC was last year, and the makeup that's in now is the Kardashian makeup. You looking like, wait a minute. Every time, 1 minute they're telling you, ladies, remember with Angelina Jolie and all them, they got the white girls dying because they throwing up because the magazine are telling them super thin is in, and the white girls are throwing up, and the black girls are super skinny, and all of them, the super skinny girl was in. And soon as Sir Mix-a-Lot dropped one video saying baby got back, all of a sudden being skinny was no longer in. Now, all these women that have died, and these teenage girls that have starved themselves to death and anorexic and barely can move and in hospital beds and everything, and they 16, 17 years old, you want to tell them as soon as the music video comes out, they're not in anymore. And now all of a sudden, the last 30 years, the curves are in because of a Kardashian. Not because sis has been having curves for, I don't know, thousands of years, but because one who's not white, I forget what the Kardashians' nationality actually is. They aren't white. One non-black person so happen to have curves that they bought, and AJ was smashing on the video. All of a sudden, Ray J was smashing on the video. All of a sudden, curves are in. White girls in the hospitals got tubes in their body, trying to starve to death and be bony for the media. So I don't like that. The United States is always flip-flop. Oh, they're always trying to make you feel like you ain't shit. They're always telling you that you ain't it. You are not it. Big girls, y'all in. And if somebody say something about y'all, you fat shaming or you body shaming. Like, wait a minute, pause. You ain't say that about the bony girl that was anorexic and she looked horrible. You ain't say body shaming then. You ain't say body shaming when big breasts were in and everybody getting silicone and everybody was like, what is that they doing to their body? You ain't say body shaming then. But all of a sudden, when it's the big girl turn, now you want to call it body shaming. Where was y'all when the anorexic girl was dying? And everybody was calling her, she looking like a skeleton, she looking crazy. You ain't say nothing for them. What about when the girls were putting the silicone in, or the girls that was putting in all vampire blood in their butt and blowing their butt up, and all of a sudden the butt would blow up? You weren't saying body shaming then when all the rest of us dudes were saying, she looked crazy. Men were saying they were looking crazy. Men have been saying anorexic look crazy. Men have been saying the giant silicones look crazy. Injecting your butt with vampire blood look crazy. We've been saying all that the whole time. All of a sudden, big girls come along and you body shaming. No, boo, you can't have it all ways. You can't all of a sudden when it's your turn and we say we don't agree with that, you want to get mad. But when we said that about the anorexic girl or the girl that was putting silicone in her neck, you ain't had no problem with that. You wouldn't call them body shaming at all. And all of a sudden somebody want to say something to the big girl. Yeah. Kevin Samuel is body shaming. All these black men body shaming. No, boo. We just telling it like it is. We telling you what we like. We telling you what we don't like. Take it or leave it. You can't be mad at men for being men. I'm gonna say it one more time. Ladies, stop being mad at men for being men. We ain't asked them bony ass white girls to lose that weight. We did not ask for that. We didn't ask girls to put them giant silicone. I'm not talking about just regular. If you get implants, you got some nice silicone. We ain't got no problem with that. Cool. We men. We cool with that. We talking about you just going overboard. We didn't ask y'all to put gasoline fluid in your butt, and all of a sudden you're looking like K. Michelle, or just looking like you're twerking when you ain't twerking. We didn't ask y'all to do that, and then we didn't ask y'all to blow up on Kentucky Fried Chicken and Church's Chicken and sitting up there in line for 4 hours to try to get you a what's the little restaurant, the Christian restaurant that makes Chick-fil-A's. We didn't ask you to stand in line for 4 hours for Chick-fil-A's and then blow up. And don't get mad at us because you blew up. You need to be mad at Chick-fil-A. Whoever body shamed you, it was Chick-fil-A that body shamed you. It ain't us. Men have been telling y'all what we want from the get-go. Y'all just ain't been listening. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and be anorexic anyway. That's you, boo. Well, I'm gonna go get these silicones in my forehead anyway. That's you. You want to look like a Star Trek creature? That was on y'all. If y'all decided, well, I'm a big girl, and this was, do you, boo. But don't get mad at us men that we say, I'm only gonna fuck you at night when I'm drunk. It's some dudes that like big girls. Anomalies. Let's stop talking about anomalies. It's some guys that's into big girls. It is. Not most of us. The big girls ain't Instagram models for the most part. Sorry. They ain't. You ain't gonna see no rapper walk around with the big girl in his arm except for, and even Lil Wayne, big girl is curvy. She a big girl, but she curvy. You cannot get mad at men and say it's body shaming. That's not right. When it's your turn. If you're going to say body shaming, you got to say body shaming across the board. When the skinny ass little white girl was dying from being anorexic, to the sisters and the Latin chicks that was putting the big breasts all in their neck and everything. And the sisters was shooting up vampire blood in their butt, trying to make their butt big. You gotta say all that's body shaming because men were saying the same thing. We don't like that. This is what men like. No, we don't. We've always been telling y'all we don't like that. Why you shooting vampire blood and all that gasoline and Vaseline in your butt, trying to make your butt look big? We didn't ask you to do that. None of us. Now, one dude was sitting around like, you know what, girl? What you need is a bigger butt, girl. If you go ahead and put some gasoline up in your butt, you know, if you put some jerkers in your butt, we don't do that at all. Now, if we see a woman that gets surgery and it looks good, we're going to appreciate it. We ain't crazy. Men are not crazy. We sit back and like, oh, she got surgery, but it looks real good. We're going to take that. But don't sit back when it's your turn, big girl, and you are in front of the cameras. And we sit back and say, oh, we ain't into that. You body shaming. You don't like big girl. We ain't never been like that. You know, come on, ladies. Since the 70s, it was always like that one dude that was a little short dude that liked the big girls. Come on. Let's be real. It's always been like that. Since the 60s, since the 50s, since the 40s. It's always been that one or two dudes like the big girl. Unless you live in Africa and it's part of your culture. So let's not do the body shaming thing. Talk about body shaming. Dudes ain't body shaming. Dudes have been talking like this forever. Long before y'all came out with that title. Dudes, but fellas, am I lying? Y'all smash. If she cute, she a pretty big girl. If you into big girls, cool. You gonna mess with her in the daylight. If she cute and she pretty, you ain't into big girls like most dudes, we gonna smash you because you cute and pretty at night when your kids sleep and my boys on the other side of the city and I'm drunk. I'm gonna shoot over and holler at you and break your back in. I'm out, but you ain't gonna never see me in the daytime with you ever. Dudes do that. I didn't say, now mind you, I didn't say it was right. I didn't say it was fair. I'm just saying that's how guys are. That's dirty. That's mean. That's men. If you want to sleep with a man, fall in love with a man, got news for you. It's a man. You want to fall in love with a car? Guess what? He got a carburetor. He got a motor. You can't take that out and say that's a car. He got headlights. That's a car. He got a muffler. That's a car. He's got an alternator. That's a car. You fall in love with a car, you know what you're going to get. You fall in love with a man, that's what you're going to get, boo. He all man. So all that, you body shaming. We don't give a damn. That term going to fade out. It's going to be a whole new term. At the end of the day, most dudes, we look at, no offense, ladies. We understand you had the babies and all that stuff. We understand. And you're the queens of the world. We love you. We do love you. But perception, which is unfair in the United States, is everything. And if I bring around, you better believe. But what if she your wife and she get big? What if she my wife and we got to jump down the street? Is that what you just said? What if she my wife and we got fruits and vegetables in our refrigerator instead of snacks? Is that what you just said? Yeah. If I got to get rid of all this, you got to get rid of all this. I ain't going to be sitting around. Y'all the same way. No offense, lady, y'all the same way. See you on Facebook, it's always the black brother with the big muscles, chest. He got the six pack and he got the beard going down. And y'all don't be looking at no big dude with a dad bod. Hell no. Y'all don't be like, look at that dad bod. Ooh, he's so sexy. No, you don't. We be looking at y'all on Instagram and y'all be having dudes with the fly pink suit on. He got the Keith and James $500 hat with the red bottom on, and he clean and shiny white teeth. He dark as Idris Elba, and he looking all delicious for y'all. We ain't mad. Dudes don't get mad. We got you, sisters. We know what you like. Cool. But y'all get mad at us when y'all see us on Instagram like, she ain't real. Those are fake. That ain't none of your business. That ain't none of your business. You need to be working on what your body look like and don't worry about what the Instagram model look like. You know that's a Photoshop. And that ain't none of your business. You need to be making your body look like it's so good that people think it's Photoshop. She is not that fine. She got to be photoshopped. No, bitches, I'm this fine. That's what you need to be working on. Don't worry about what the dudes are looking at, because we don't worry about what y'all looking at. We see y'all do the same thing, but we don't be body shaming. He got a dad bod. We don't give a damn. Men don't give a damn. I got dad money. That's all we care about. You might not like my dad bod, but I got dad money. I'm a Western Union hobby. So at the end of the day, men don't care. You will never see a man say, they're body. If you're not a real man, say, they're body shaming me. Men don't talk like that. Men don't give a damn. You can body shame me all along. You won't shame my wallet. You bet that. That's what men care about. Ladies, this is not fair. And I don't know why I went off this way, but it is not fair for y'all in this generation to use the term body shaming when each generation society told you ain't shit. Each generation, each one, the anorexic, the silicone, the now it's the big curvy women or full-figure women. They're trying to tell you. That's what I mean about the United States. It's constantly telling you that you ain't. It's constantly telling you that. Constantly. No matter what group you in, it always focuses on the group until you ain't. Always. Always. I don't miss that. I don't miss that at all. I really don't. Those are some of the things that I'm talking about. And he's absolutely correct when it comes to overwork, stress, and miserable. Being a woman in the United States, oh my God, I know it. Ladies, it's hard enough being a man in the United States. I know it is stressful to be a woman because you can't keep up with nothing. Every time you think you finally got the right outfit and you looking good, society telling you like, so you gonna wear that, huh? So you gonna wear them shoes, really, huh? You like, y'all told me 3 months ago these shoes was in. That was 3 months ago, boo. Them shoes ain't in no more. I just spent $500 on these shoes. Are you trying to tell me these shoes ain't in no more? No, they ain't in. You come to another country, ain't no that ain't in. There is no that ain't in. And the only time people have that ain't in is when they try to follow the United States. You know, here in Colombia, it's hot as hell. Do you know that these people in the Black community, to be more Afro-American, the few that did, were walking around in this heat in Timberland? They don't know what dang thing about Timberlands. They walk around in Timberlands trying to be like American, the guys trying to be like American Black dudes that they saw on music videos, thinking that all Black men in the United States wore Timberlands. That's them dudes up in New York that be rocking Timbos like that. We in the Midwest, we gotta wait for it kind of cold. In the South, we ain't wearing that at all. We flip-flop, sandals, and big black beaters. Out west, you see them West dudes with Timberlands, them dudes wearing Chuck Taylors. My point is that America constantly tells us that you ain't all year round. You got the, what do you think they tell you? You got the PlayStation 5. That ain't, we on PlayStation 12. You're like, wait a minute, do it work the same games? Yeah. Do I get the same enjoyment? Yeah. Can I play the old games and then some of the new games that's coming out? Yeah. But you still ain't, because you got the old one. Wait a minute. You tell me my old console can work all new games, every game that's coming out, but because I didn't buy a new one, I ain't. Yup, you ain't. You think I missed that? You think I really know how much money I saved just straight off the fact that I ain't got to worry about somebody telling me I ain't running around saying I need this. I was sitting up there unpacking when I was packing to leave up to Colombia. I didn't even realize I had like 35, 40 pair of shoes. I'm a grown ass man. What is a man doing with 35 pairs? Woman? Ooh, what is a grown man doing with 35 pair of shoes? Ain't none of them Jordans. No, I had 2 pair of Jordans. 35 pair, a grown man. Why? Because society kept telling me, oh, those Oxfords, those are nice, but that ain't. You need wingtips. Oh, you got wingtips? That's not. You need suede. Oh, you know what? You got Air Force Ones and Jordans, but you need fashion sneaks. You can't keep up. You got Jordan sandals. You need Crocs. You cannot keep up with constantly telling you that you ain't, and you spend your whole life on that treadmill of trying to keep up, and they constantly telling you you ain't. Okay, I'm dipping. Yes, occupational burnout, blah, blah, blah. Check out the channel. Oh, that's my dude. That white boy? Yeah, y'all need to call Nomad Capitalist. That's my dude. I'm glad you put him down there, Hillary. Yeah, that's my dude right there. That's one of my mentors right there when it comes to moving outside the United States and telling the United States, like, yeah, I love you, but it ain't that serious. I always tell people the United States is like, the United States for me is like the girl that you took to the prom, and now you're looking at your boys like, she ain't look like that when I took her to the prom, dog. She used to be cute. That's the United States. She used to be cute. And digital nomad, nomad capitalist, I'm glad you put that dude out there, because a lot of what I say is him. I kid you not. That dude is, that white boy is the truth. He the truth. He sit back and he breaks everything down to where you have no excuse. No excuse. He'll tell you countries for this, that country for that. And then he tells you why. He'll actually tell you, well, if you do this, do that, you'll be able to do this and do that. Yeah, Nomad Capitalist, shoot, man, please. I watch all his videos. Okay, I think it would be a good idea to have Andrea make a video speaking to the ladies. Yeah, that's true. Most videos cater to men, and I know that some women have questions. This is true. You know what? We could do that Sunday. We can do that. Oh, we got the interview Sunday with Coop in Africa. But we do need to schedule one with Andrea. With just Andrea. Yeah. And she likes the comment section anyway. Yeah. What's up, Chris, in the building? I appreciate you guys hanging out with your boy this night. As you realize, it's Friday night, drink in hand. The videos I hate seeing are the ones of people going into the hood over. Y'all are reading my mind. I cannot stand those videos, except for if it's a cultural thing. Like Ace did one in Ace and Maya, Afro Wahita. They did a video in Bogota, and they went into a poor area that was actually, the people actually took the wood and everything that was being dispersed in a junkyard and literally created a community. But it was so creative, it was more artistic than ghetto. It was more like, wow, these people have actually did this and created that. And people pay to do tours in Bogota in that area. Whenever it's something like that hood, that type of the artsy and cultural, I like that. Most people don't do that, like Ace and Afro Wahita did, Maya. Most dudes, I'm in the hood of DR. Look at me. I don't know about y'all. I bust my to get out the hood of Detroit. Chicago, Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Cleveland. I bust mine to get out the hood. Do you think I want to spend a 4-hour flight flying to whatever country just so the only thing that you have shown me is the hood? Man, if you don't show me something that makes me feel like it was all worth this flight, it was worth it. Don't worry, we've got places for you. It's going to be worth the 4 hours. Don't be showing me no hood videos. I can't stand that. But you know something? I'm going to tell you something. I tell them too. I tell those same YouTubers the exact same thing. I say, y'all only show the hood because that's all you can relate to. That's all you can relate to is the hood. You can't relate to nothing else. That's why you always have hood chicks, but you never show professional women that are about that. You notice that those channels, they don't never interview the nurses. They never interview the airline stewardesses in DR or in Colombia. They never interview the female business owners. They never interview the ladies that are school teachers in these countries. They never interview ladies that actually have something going on. They always want to throw a camera up in the breasts of some regular everyday chick that might be a pro, or a chick that she doesn't have anything going on yet, or somebody that's too young to understand what's going on, or they want to take y'all to the hood. I never understand. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I've been living in Cali, Colombia, going on 3 years, going on 4 years. I don't go to the hood. I don't go. You will never see any footage of Andre in the hood. I respect your money and how you fly all the way over here to this country, and I'm gonna show you the best restaurants, the best place to eat, the best malls, the best place to hang out, the safest places to hang out. I'm not to show you no dang hood. What the hell am I gonna show y'all the hood for? Y'all know what the hood look like. St. Louis, Watts, certain areas of New York, certain areas of Florida. If you want to go to Miami, you can find a lot of hoods there. You don't need me to show you no dang hoods. Andre went to the hoods of Cali, Colombia. What the hell for, Andre? I need for you to show me where the best Airbnb is, not the hoods, Andre. I never understood that. I'm with you, brother, 100. I never understood. These dudes acting like they're actually doing something. I'm doing something. I'm like, you acting like a bunch of big kids, man. I say, you ever notice this? Female YouTubers don't go to the hood. Female YouTubers don't take their tail nowhere near the hood. They showing you all the nice areas to go to. They ain't going to the hood. Only you Negroes. Every once in a while, you see a white dude that's like, I'm going to show you the barrios of Venezuela. But they know that they're going to get 1.5 million views off of that. The barrios of Brazil. And they do it like it's a documentary, not some hood stuff. The Negroes, the brothers, they go, not the sisters, the brothers, they do it as if they're doing something big. I'm in the hood look at my hood people. I'm being real with all the people over here. So you can't showcase the black people that got money. You only can showcase the black people that's broke. So all the black-owned restaurants in Brazil, you can't show us none of them. The black school teachers, you can't show us not one black school teacher or black principal. You can't interview one black congressman or senator. You tell me that all the black heritage festivals and events, you can't showcase none of the black heritage festivals. But you can take me to the hood and show me the broke ass black people. They ain't got, and it ain't their fault that they ain't got nothing. And you throw a camera in their face to show how broke they are. When you was broke and you ain't had $5 in your pocket, did you want somebody to throw a damn camera in your face? Look, come on. You in Chicago. It's a gang shootout. Did you want some white boy or brother walking up in your neighborhood talk about some, this is where the Negroes live? Well, how the hell you brothers who are YouTubers, who I've been telling y'all about this for the last couple of years, How the hell y'all think that we supposed to be proud of you as black people, only showcasing the poorness and the poverty of black people, but never showcasing the brothers and sisters that own some stuff? I'm sitting back in Cali, Colombia, watching brothers ride by these Benzes, watching them ride. I'm one of the brothers that got a nice truck. So if I'm riding by and other brothers riding by, where's your camera then to showcase that it's some brothers and sisters that's doing stuff? We know what it's like to be broke as black people. We know that. We know that slavery held us back and we still trying to climb up. Everybody know that in every country. So why are you only interviewing broke ass people when you can showcase the positive black people that are in these countries? But they don't. They don't. They will not put a camera in front of a positive sister if you pay them. If you say, brother, here's $1,000, put a camera in front of a positive sister. They won't do it because they don't even know any. They don't know any. All little lame. I don't even look at them clowns anymore. I don't even look at them. And I hope they don't look at us. Because Love Cross the Borders ain't got nothing to do with that mess. We made a vow. We made a vow that we will never lie to you on any of our channels. We'll never do clickbait. That's why you never see our thumbnails. You notice our thumbnails may have women, but you notice how they're dressed and how the scenario is. It goes with the title. You ever notice that? It's never clamped. It's never, look at her, she's so this and that. It's never that. I purposely make sure that none of our thumbnails and our titles mimic any of that mess and trash that's going on with those other channels. You'll never see that. Never see that. I was on your boy's ass for years about that. And he finally got that on track. Was like, you know what? Let me clean my channel up. And his channel's clean. And that's when his channel started taking off. But for years, I was like, man, what you doing? What are you doing thumbnails like the rest of these clowns, man? Man, let that stuff go. Yeah, man, I'm telling y'all, I'm with you 100% in regards to that. I can't stand them hood videos. I can't stand them. Making our people look like around the world we all broke. And then when people look at black YouTube, all they're gonna see is broke people, hungry people, starving people. It's hungry and broke people everywhere in the world. But guess what? It's the black people that got some stuff too. And stop showing only black people that ain't got. I can't stand that. True, Charles. Yeah, it's trendy. I know the Kardashians are American, but I forget their culture, their cultural background. Kind of stepping over. I don't know what that is. Oh, anorexic jaws. Yeah. We're never in. Yeah. No, dude. I don't think if you were old enough to be around for that era, that when it was like when Angelina Jolie did Mr. and Mrs. Smith, that anorexic thing was like heavy. Anybody that's older can attest that during that time period, it was black women, white women, and everybody was just starving themselves. We looking like, what y'all women doing? Men just standing back like, we'll never do that. We're gonna eat and then throw up. Big girls need love too. That's right. Big girls do need love too. I ain't got nothing against big girls. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, at times, you're absolutely correct, fam. It's one of the ways that they use to keep us buying. I mean, you got to buy the products. America's the number one consumer country in the world, and so in order to keep us buying, you got to keep people in the fear of being, FOMO, fear of being left out. So you got to keep people in FOMO. I have a car, but that was 3 years ago version. The new one is out. The Dodge F-155. You only have F-150. So you sit back, you like, really? So that's how they do that. It's sad, but it's true. It goes both ways. True. Okay, I'm dipping. I'm dipping in conversation. Because sometimes you guys are just in your own conversations, so I try not to dip. True. That's true. They're always telling you, no matter how they're always telling women that you're never good enough, which is BS. If you're a big girl, do your thing, boo. If you're a small, petite woman, do your thing. If you have had surgery, do your thing. You know, I'm into allowing a woman be who she is as long as she's happy. But magazines, they are not gonna let that happen. No, heifer, you too big. No, heifer, you too skinny. You too short. You too tall. They constantly coming down on women. Men magazines don't do that. They do not come down on us like, dog, you too short. And my money ain't. Men don't care. We don't care nothing about none of that. You got big feet. I got big feet for a reason, dog. Now you got white Asian girls hogging us. I've seen that. I've seen that. Asian girls trying to get the big butt so they'll be in the gym trying to get as many squats in. I've actually seen that in the gym for real. But at one point in time, being skinny was the end thing. We real brother in the house? Oh shoot. Okay, hey Andre, you should probably try to collab with Nomad Capitalist when he's in Colombia. You know, I'm gonna reach out to that brother. I kid you not. I like his style. I like his seriousness about relocating. I've learned so much about the value of living outside the United States from his channel. I kid you not. If you guys, even if you don't plan on leaving out the United States, just watch Nomad Capitalist. He's just this kind of like quiet, nerdy white dude, like a Bill Gates type of nerdy dude. But the knowledge, it's the knowledge that you get is off the charts. So yeah, I would love to collaborate with that dude. You know what? That's a good idea. That's a good idea for me to reach out. Salute to we talking about, okay, a lot of people have a title when it comes to their, when they come on YouTube. But real bruh, and I haven't even met this man face to face. I can't wait to meet him because we'll be in DR in a couple months. This is a real dude. His title is who he actually is. No, he is no fake, no phony, and no fluff. That is a real dude. I don't know why he ain't got a YouTube channel. I don't get it, but hint, hint. But real brother. Real brother. Just like Queen Felicia. All the money spent goes right back into the hood. True. True. Hit the like button, please. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. We still got 23 people here. I'll be shutting this down in about 15 momentos. Sensible YouTubers do not go to, man, sensible people don't go to the hood. Man, you ain't gonna see me going to the hood. Like I like how Ace does it. He goes to the hood. He donates. Now we would do something like that. Go to because we have Venezuelans here in the parks, like living in cardboard boxes, and it's bad. It's bad, people. And we not only want to donate food to like just to be donate food here, but we want to go out to the parks and buy boxes of sandwiches and water and donate as well. And so going to the impoverished parts that way, we're cool with that. But just to be going to the hood and you ain't bringing nothing to the hood, you ain't helping nobody in the hood, you just trying to showcase like I'm big bad. Look at me, I could go to the hood. I'm that dude. I'm that brother. I ain't that brother. See, when you, like I said, when you in your 30s, 20s, you can get away with stupid that the rest of us don't want to get away with no more. I'm gonna say it again. When you in your 30s, your 20s, you can get away with stupid that the rest of us don't want to get away with no more. We did all that stupid. We ain't trying to do that no more. We older now. You in your late 30s, your 40s now, 50s, you be looking like, what the hell am I going to the hood for? What for? What value to love crossing? But let's think about it. What value to you guys would love crossing borders bring to the table if we went to the hood? Outside of maybe feeding somebody in the hood, helping them out. It ain't like I'm gonna take you to the hood when you come to Cali. Andre, remember that video you did in the hood? Yeah. Would you take me there? No. So that doesn't give you any value. What about the restaurants in the hood? Maybe it's a good restaurant in the hood, dog. I saw it on your video. Would you take me there? No. So what value am I going to give you by showing you hood videos if I'm not going to take you to that area anyway? Because I'm not going to that area. Ever. There's parts of Cali, Colombia, I will never see. Never. I don't want to see it. I bust my to get out the hood in the States. You think I want to come to another country, go to the hood? You out your right mind. No, that's not about to happen. So I'm with you, brothers, on that one. Occupation, blah, 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 salutes, all America. I got lost in there. Keeping up with the Joneses. We already went there. Goes both ways. Big behinds. Did you know that's my dude, man? Nomad capitalist, I swear. That is my dude. True. There we go. That's where we're. I think it's very disrespectful when they go to these countries and film people in poverty. It's disgusting. It's true. Like I said, we don't want people to go. You do not want people to go to the backwoods of Kentucky, knowing how broke some of them people are. Just some, because in Kentucky, it's people with money too. But I'm talking about some of the poor people. You don't want to go to somebody impoverished area and say, I'm here to film your people in the backwoods of Kentucky. You don't want nobody to go to South Side Chicago talking about, I'm here to film your hood, or Detroit, or say, now if you from that area, I got you on that. But if you ain't from that area, if you're a foreigner, you a foreigner from India, and you filming West Philadelphia, you need to get robbed. You ain't got your butt no business in the hood over there. That's how I look at it. Like, if you don't want people to disrespect us and have cameras all in our face in the United States, see, we have a saying in my neighborhood: ain't no fun when the rabbit's got a gun. See, it's easy to shoot at a rabbit when it ain't got a gun, but it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got a gun. If they came to the United States and threw from other countries and threw cameras all in our face in the hood, and I'm talking about us broke in the projects with crackheads all around. Come on, let's be real. We all from the hood, or at least know about the hood. Got crackheads all around. People on heroin all around. Let somebody brought a camera into the projects in the hood. I'm in the projects of the hood. How do you think we would feel about that? Your kids walking home from school and somebody got a camera in your kid's face from another country. Got a camera in your kid's face just because your kids just so happen to be in a poor area of the United States. How would you feel about that? Then who the hell are we to promote these YouTube channels that keep going into the hoods of these people that did not ask to be born poor? They just so happen to be born poor. And they don't want their kids exploited. So who the hell are we to go to this country or any other country to exploit somebody else's kid because they poor in the name of look at me in the hood? They ain't using their brains. Like I said, when you young, when you under 35, you can do stupid. You can do it. But when you hit over 35, you start to realize how stupid that is. It's stupid. And you will not see me watch none of their channels. I don't promote none. And I am probably I'm a super advocate of this platform called YouTube. I give so much, me and Andre, we give so much money to YouTubers. It's crazy the amount of donations that we give. It's nothing for us to drop 100 here, 100 there, 250 here. When I'm talking about pesos, I'm talking about dollars. It's nothing for us to drop money to help other channels grow. Because if they're growing, we're all growing together, especially the black YouTubers and minority YouTubers out there. Not just black YouTubers, but the minority YouTubers that are out there. See, white brothers, y'all been growing forever. Y'all been on top of YouTube before we all thought about it, right? So y'all don't need nobody to help y'all. Y'all kind of like, y'all got this down pat. I'm following y'all lead for real. For real. But as far as other minorities that need that extra few dollars to buy a microphone or something like that to grow, or some headphones or something, I support them just because I know what they're trying to accomplish. But those channels that do booty, I call them booty bait videos. They do the booty bait videos where they put a camera up in a woman's, just follow her butt or breasts or sit back and they put the woman on the thumb. No. Hell, you will not sit back and see me in the comment section. You will not see me look at their channel at all. Well, what if there's a brother? You need to support them. I don't support everybody with the same complexion that I got. No, hell no. I'm about to sit up there and give you views and let other people think that, hey, he got 10,000 views off of the video. That must be a good video. No, he got 9,099 views because my view wasn't in it. I do not support that mess. I do not. I've been doing YouTube a lot longer than them clowns that came along behind us actually have been doing it. These dudes ain't even been around a year or two. And they just pushing stuff in y'all face and try to make it seem like, and some of you dudes get done so wrong in DR because you following them clowns in DR. Some of y'all sit back and get done wrong by women in Colombia because you keep running to the wrong women in Colombia, in Panama, in Brazil, because you follow them clown channels. And I'm not saying you need to follow Love Crossing Borders. If you do, cool. If you don't, we understand. But don't get fooled by what these clowns keep trying to show y'all about living in South America, about living on an island, or about living in Thailand, or living in Philippines. They only give you 10% of the story. Most women that live, for example, most women that live here in Colombia are just everyday working women, younger, older, just like in the States, got their jobs, got their career. That small percentage of women, just like in the United States, small percentage of women that may be into being a prostitution, that small percentage is like a 0.3% of the 52 million people that live in Colombia. But you let them clowns fool y'all into thinking that Colombian women gonna fall all over you. No, Colombian women just like women in any other country. If they like you, they like you. If they don't, they don't. Colombian women just like women in the States. Piss them off if you want to. Go ahead. Piss a Colombian woman off and think that she could come back on you just like a woman in the States would. A woman is a woman. Don't get it twisted. But you watch them clowns video, they make it seem like Colombian and DR women, they're all over you. No, them same in need women are all over you. That same population or type of women are all over you. But regular everyday women in DR, they ain't on you. They don't give a damn about you. They're going to work and they're going home. But it's them same Sasua chicks that you keep running to Sasua for. Them the ones all over you. You correct. So don't try to sell everybody that the whole island of Dominican Republic, everybody just all over you and can't get over. There are parts of DR, and I've talked to enough dudes in DR, that those women wouldn't give you the time of day, Mr. America. Wouldn't give you with your dollars, wouldn't give you the time of day. Look at you like, who is this clown? there in DR. There are women here in Colombia that wish you would walk up on them. Wish you would walk up on them talking about I'm American. What you here? You here to wash my car? You here to wash my shoes? What you here for? They wish you would. But they don't, but the dudes don't want to show you that on YouTube. They don't want to show you the real women. No, they want to show you they want to show you what their version, their fantasy version of what their insecurity to have a woman would be. And so therefore they think that that's your insecurity in regards to having a woman in DR or Colombia. I ain't go through that. And I still got a beautiful, smart, intelligent, wise, strong, independent woman. Ain't had to watch none of their videos to get my wife, and she hot. Ain't had to follow none of their patterns, none of that bullshit. Yeah, I can't stand them videos, as you guys can tell. You know what? Thank you. I thought it was. I was about to say Peruvian, but because I knew it was a P, Persian. Thank you, brother. There we go. There we go. Andre, the only good thing about the hood I'm from is Martin Luther King. Martin Luther. I thought she would say Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue because every hood got Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. Martin Luther King lived there, as well as Julian Bond. Wow. And Menard Jackson. Wow, that's good history. That's I always like trivia, good trivia history. So that's a good one. Thanks, Felicia. You know what? I forgot his birthday party event was this weekend. I'm gonna send a text. I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna send him a text message wishing him happy birthday. Thanks, real brother. Have a good one, man. I'm about to wind this live stream out in a second. Hope y'all had a blast, real brother. I know we did. It would have been better if you were there. Queen Felicia, Miss Felicia Jordan in the building. All right, guys. I know it's been a long one. I am going to let you guys go. Enjoy your evening. I'm about to enjoy the evening with the rest of the evening with this drink and Miss Spencer there. And once again, my name is Andre of Love Crossing Borders / Mostly Money. And I appreciate you guys. I have nothing but love for you. And if you have any questions, make sure you email us because we're quick to answer a question. And talk to you guys later. I'm out of here. I'm about to finish this drink. Plus, I'm sleepy too.